Well, 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 chat. Listening to a new version of an old song. Why don't we take it a step back anyway? Hi! Why am I all the way over here? There we go. That's a little bit better. That's a little bit better. How are you doing, chat? What trouble are you getting into today? I see your ass. I see your ass. Marin, go left. PS1? PS1 indeed. Also, hold on a second. Positioning's a little weird. It happens. It happens. But how are you doing, chat? What trouble are you getting into? What shenanigans are you up to? Get her! What do you mean, get her? I already gave you another 30-hour discount period. Marin gets so Polygon today. Polygon indeed.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
The Baps be bapping? I mean, I can change that. Is this what you wanted? Oh, I'm freezing. Why am I freezing? Any other questions? Damn you, Beef! You did this. You did this. Only the finest of shenaniganery? Correct. Correct. Only masterful shenanigans in this household. Top surgery unlocked. It gets worse or better depending on who you are. You know, just Kono's worst nightmare. Oh, I didn't know? It's okay. Nobody ever knows. Nobody ever remembers what this model has, which is the fun part. It's very much the fun part. I need to use this model a lot more. Honestly, I probably should have been using it while we were playing, what was it? One Way, because it kind of matches One Way. Not art-wise, but at least like stylistic-wise. Although, this is me just weaving back and forth. I'm weirdly, not like boobily bouncy, but just weirdly bouncy in general. It also has the problem with occasionally if I like don't move for a little bit, it'll lose tracking. Schrodinger's booba. I mean, like this is the 100% booba. This is the 200% booba. Anyway, we're small today. Anyway, how are you doing, chat? What trouble are you getting into? The hair is so bouncy. I love the hair. Vox did such a good job on this. I feel bad for not using it since we got the live 2D one. And I definitely need to use it a lot more. Schmall. Hey, these are by no standards schmall. Just comparatively schmall. 200% back. Back it up. Back it up, boss man. I mean, we could always just show up some of the things. Because like right now it actually has like extra outlines that it can turn off. There we go. It has like built-in outlines. So you can see the lines getting thicker and not thicker. I can get rid of the chains. We can do... Actually, I think that's kind of it. There's not much else in general terms, because this was originally put together as a VR chat model. Would kill to be that big? I know, that's what I was saying. These are still substantial. Still substantial. They are not, as they say, small. They are just comparatively small. Like, if Kono was here, he could tell us the different sizes. I honestly think, like, if I turn off the... Oh, see, that's what happens if you combo these things, which is why if I have to turn off small boobs and then go to no boobs. But then if I say, like, small boobs, it, like, fucks up. It only moves the jacket. But yeah, like, these, I think, weirdly seem larger than the 2D model. Does somebody else see it? Or is it just me? Is it just a me thing? I think this is just a me thing. Anyway, I'd love to get this model to be a little more reactive, but it is mostly auditory. Like, I can open my mouth, and it opens the mouth, but, like, the moving and the different mouth shapes are entirely audio-based. I wonder if Fox would ever be willing to do that. I don't know, though. I think he only knows how to do the... Well, basically this version. Either that or I can't remember. Maybe I've fucked up the tracking and just had to settle for using audio-based, because otherwise it was not tracking my mouth. So the wobble looks bigger. It's not about the wobble. Yeah, wobble is obviously more. But that's just the way that it was made. I mean, a lot of this has way more wobble than a 2D does. Like, look at how much the hair moves. I love the hair. What that mouth do? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Although we do have the eye toggle. The eye toggle does in fact still exist. Have more polygons than Resident Evil 1? No, it does not. It actually has less. Significantly less. And that's on purpose. But unfortunately, this one does not have like the mini eyes. It doesn't have the 2-eye option. But it's been a long time since we used this model, so I wanted to use it today. I had set up some other things for this, but it doesn't seem to be... I clicked the wrong thing. Proper, as they say. Why are you whose punch emote is that? Oh, it's chum. Oh, it's not punch. It's shh. Okay, that's a good emote, especially with the puffy cheeks. That's a good emote. But as some of you have noticed, the category is already set to dispatch. That's because we're probably just going to jump straight into dispatch today. Pretty quickly, because I want to play this game, because I think it's neat. So let me go ahead and swing right on over. We'll still chat. We're just not gonna be sitting on the just chatting screen. I promise. I promise. Let's see if the game. Oh, hey, it is. It is in the correct spot. What a quinky dink. What a quinky dink. I was smart at some point to swap the sides that this model was supposed to be on. Oh, and I do have a shadow. That's even better. Ordain, what are you doing? What are you doing with that knife? Hi, Ghost. Thank you for the affiliate anniversary. Also, hold on. Let me do a quick thing. There we go. That's a little bit better. That's a little bit better. It's a bell. It is a bell. What are you doing with the bell? Why are you ringing a bell? Shadow the hedgehog? No, I just have a shadow behind me, and you can see it. I just like it. It gives a little more pop to the model. It's the same reason that the Live 2D one has it. It gives that little bit more pop. Makes it feel a little bit more real when it's projecting a shadow with the background. One thing I do need to do, though, and it bothers me, is I need to reapply game shadows. That was the thing I had for the longest time. And I kind of miss it. I do kind of miss it. Felt like it? You're just chaos, dude. You're just chaos incarnate. Oh my god. Pirate raid. Interesting. Also, yeah, it sometimes does faces because it's also set to puppetry. So if I like... Oh, that was not the one I was expecting it to do. Ooh. Okay, see, that's what happens if you duplicate... What's the word? If you do multiple emotions at once, it does that just big shield face. That was not something that it had done before in the Fast Refine Boom. All the badness of the Dutch distilled into one man? Ooh. If we're talking all the badness of the Dutch, I don't know if I want to think about that. Because that would require, like, Leopold. Do we want to even talk about King Leopold? I don't think we want to compare Ordained to King Leopold. That's a little too far. Unless... Ordained, you ever cut off people's hands? Was he Belgian? I thought it was Dutch. Oh, it is Belgian Congo. You're right. You're right. You're right. I'm an idiot. I got my shit mixed up. Can't give Ordain a crown. He's too chaotic for that. I'm guessing you meant chaotic. That's one way to do it. I'm on it, Captain. Oh no. Are you gonna give him a crown? All right, but you have to make it people-sized, Queen. You have to make it a people-sized crown on a very small fox. That's what I need. That's what I need it to be. I said no crown. No! Make it his belt. Ooh. That's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea at all. Again, I need to talk to Voxit at some point about doing full mouth shapes. Although I think it costs extra. I think it does cost extra. Let me double check. Yoinkity Splink. That's Trello. I want your Vegan. No. Outfit add-on, prop add-on, expression add-on. Maybe he just doesn't do it. I was curious if it would be possible to do full mouth shapes, but who knows? Who knows indeed? AEIOU and sometimes Y? Yeah, that's basically what these are set to. Those are basically how this kind of facial tracking works, is there's different mouth shapes for those. Hi, Kono. Kono, chat needs your favor. Chat needs your favor. They need, we need sizes. We need sizes here. This is not base. This is schmall. What is the size of schmall? What is the size of normal? And what is this size? Oh, then we can also do this. Yes, 6'6". Schmall. Remember, folks, being your own artist means you can make people as cute as you want as the threat? Correct. Correct. That just boils down to the old meme of, you better not cross me because I will draw you pregnant. The day that I can draw well enough that I'm okay with sending it to people, it's fucking Jover for the homies. It's fucking Jover. Y'all are gonna get unhinged shit worse than Halo. Kona's over here doing mental math. Small 40F. F and you call it small. All right, here's the normal 100%. No impreg, please? Too bad. I'll even learn to draw weird veins to make it as uncomfortable as possible. Actually, I don't really care. I don't really care for drawing somebody pregnant. I would do other goofier things. Like something, like very cartoony shit. Like putting you in like barrels of oatmeal or some weird shit like that. Or do the goofy thing of where it's like, I'm gonna draw you naked, and then it's just like you wearing. All right, and then here's the large one. I'm pretty sure Kono's met people that look like this. I'm pretty sure Kono sent me pictures of those people that he's met that look like this. Yeah. Yeah. 3 of them? Correct. 2 from this year and 1 from 2 years ago? 3 years ago. I don't remember which. I think it was 2 years ago. You? Jesus. Anyway. Oh, I don't have glasses on this one. Damn it. Oh, well. All right. Don't need our change. We don't need our jacket for this. 2 from 2 years ago and 1 from this year. I thought you sent me one this year that had 2 people in it. I thought the one this year was the one with 2 people and the one from Vegas was the one with 1 person. I could do my quest to try and build my own. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I like bounce, but I do not find any of the women that you sent me in those pictures exceptionally attractive. Was 2023? Oh, maybe I just misremembered. That's my own taste, though. That's my own taste. I don't know. I just look at them and I'm like, Okay, I know Kono's attracted to this. I know there's a lot of other like dudes that are attracted to this. I do not find these ladies attractive. I think it's the weird way to say it is unconventional body type. Or like unconventional silhouette. More like it's not really the body type, it's more like silhouette. Cause those things be hanging. It would be to the rest of the head on. I imagine they spend a lot of time with the chiropractor. Is literally that. It's literally only a toggle and it never gets used. I've basically only jumped between this at normal size to this or this. And also, they're gonna be smaller for the summer outfit. Base size is gonna get smaller. It's just a thing that's gonna happen. They're gonna look good, but they're gonna be smaller. Are we satisfied? Are we good? Also, hold on. Another thing I have to do with this model semi-frequently is I feel like I have to reset it. Or here, let's do it this way. If I look over here and then do a reset, that makes it a little bit easier. Because then when I look at OBS, I'm also looking at chat. Titties are titties. I'm down. Yes. A base move in a VTuber landscape? Non? Yeah. Oh, Underbus feels a bit on the nose. They usually do names like that, and it's very on the nose. Oh yeah, they're always stage names. Of course it's a stage name. Nobody's gonna take their actual name and make it Underbust. Unless like you're German and your name, if you directly translate it, it's like Underbust or something. That's just the way I'm picturing it. Hi Suppressy, thank you for the 5 stream streak. How are you doing? Sniffle, sniffle, sniffle. Anyway. I'm just thinking of the Mr. Incredible. Titties are titties. Socials literally made her go by her legal name for verification reasons, and it's why. Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, I can understand if you're like verifying yourself as like an adult person, especially on adult websites, because they do require that to become a person on it. Goodness, I had to do the same thing to basically confirm a Schmansley account. Never posted on it, but I have it, and I'm technically a creator on it. Literally 0 post. Freaking wild. That doesn't make any sense. That is not true. Somebody fucked up somewhere. Andor is lying. Kono will be okay since the reduction for Baron is going straight to Momo's new model. I don't think Momo could get bigger. Momo already has multiple models that are like the same size as like at least this. Like the Fairbanks model is eyebrows up. Fantastic. Jesus. Jesus. Which Momo are we talking about here? I doubt it's Momo Plush. I'm pretty sure it's the other Momo. I'm pretty sure it's Dragon Momo. Yeah, that's what I thought. Fairbanks is working on the new one? All right, I'm gonna go poke Fairbanks. The band kid Momo? That's another way to distinguish, yes. Which one? The one that's in band or the one that's obsessed with Tamagotchi? That is not a dig at either of them. Both of those things are great hobbies. Back to my employment. My job here is done. Okay, bye, Kono. Have a good day. Also, yeah, if anybody didn't notice, and I don't think I mentioned it in detail, I increased the discount. So subs are on discount until tomorrow after stream. I set it to 30 hours. There we go. Also, this model has a lot of like tracking drift, which is kind of annoying. And I'm still trying to figure out the kinks of it. So otherwise, after like a little bit of drift, I have to, what's the word? Like reset it, which is why on occasion you'll just see me like snap back into place. We can and cannot confirm the band Momo is not a fan of Tamagotchi. Huh. Drift or sick drift? Drift. Ooh. Dreaded! Oh, holy shit. Wait, you got Annabelle, you got fucking Jane, and Knight of Trousers? That's a good selection. Good lord, Dreaded, thank you so much. Wait, did you start a hype train? How the fuck did you start a hype train, dude? How the fuck did you do one person? I will never understand the fucking hype train conditions these days. Did I change it? Is it like automatic? This is the like what, 4th hype train this week? Didn't y'all start like 2 yesterday? I know it's been like that a while since start. I just can't figure out what the problem is. Wrong button. I fucking find him. I just click buttons. Don't know. Don't know. Chat, are we ready to get into the game? Do we want to get into the game right now, or do we want to keep yapping? Mare doesn't want hype trains? I always want hype trains. Because the more hype trains we have means the more that y'all are getting subs. And the more subs we have means the more stuff that we can get for the stream later. Like right now, I've only paid like a quarter of the design fee for the summer outfit. And summer is at earliest 7 months away. And there's no telling how busy Drool is if I decide to go live 2D or however busy whatever 3D artist I decide to go for. Boom, a jump scare. Yes, correct. Although I think if I click this, it still breaks. Okay, so if I hit the large, I think it's like pattern is actually increased 100% and not actually go 2%. Because when I hit large, it only goes to normal. But if I hit normal, here's normal. Wait. But there's the large. Anyway. Missed my entrance in. Big sad, but how are you doing? Wait, I think I did miss it. Hold on. Don't nobody move. Nobody move. Where are you? Where are you? Messages. I got lost in Marin's Titty for weeks and finally found my way out. What year is it? It is still 2025. Shockingly. Shockingly, we are still alive. But I guess tungsten boobs on Marin. Oh shit! Oh, nope. Hello? Hello? PC? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Windows, what are you doing? Okay, it's nothing. It's nothing. We're fine. We're fine. I fell in there around 2023. Oh. Well, you've been in there a long time then. How are you feeling? Are you okay? Do you need to talk about it? So hold on, I need to adjust the camera angle. There we go. That's a little bit better. Now it looks like I'm sitting up. Are Peter Griffin's chin or Randy Marsh's balls from that one episode? It's about the bigger that's attached them that counts. Hell yeah. I mean, it's one of the things too, is like, I want the looks and the designs to look really good, but I also don't want it to be like overly sexualized just because it has a huge chest. I can get big chested art whenever I want. I mean, it's kind of why I made the character a shapeshifter. It's a weird dimension in there. It's always been a weird dimension. Besides the bites the horse took out of me, is there, I feel great, front row seating to the show? Oh my God. I'm just gonna have to do art at some point where it's like a close-up of my cleavage, but then there's like VIP seats in there. There's like 6 of you sitting there. Oh, that makes me think of the like, I feel like the y'all sitting there would look like the like little dudes from the old fishing piece that Halo made. Let me see. Here, let me go find that one really quick. Oh, there, fan arts. Halo. Fimshing. Fimshing. There it is. I gotta shrink it a lot. This one. It's just a bunch of little smiley guys. Little goobers, if you will. People sit fishing. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. I'd rather work as a stripper than work at Walmart. Correct. Always correct. I get more benefits working as a stripper. It's a perfectly legitimate occupation and has lasted longer than the entire existence of Walmart. It's one of the oldest professions. Still never fished in my life. Oh, see, that's what happens when you do multiple expressions. And it's going to keep doing that, I think. I'm definitely the one staring at the fish. The butt sticking up is Carrie. The one that's drowning is Sunstar. We did agree on that. And then there's one standing in my bait bucket, which I'm choosing to think is Ordain. Unless Ordain is the one that's smiling off my left side that looks like they're about to plummet into the water. Hi, Charo. Welcome in. Hi, Jane. Enjoy your season pass. Doing the fishing. Fell in. Yep. Face first. Face first, baby. All right. The creature to the left, the crocodile? No, that's actually a crocodile that's about to eat you. Or were they pushed? That smile definitely says that they're like stepping off the dock into the water. Or I'm in the tree. That's Halo in the tree. You can tell by the way that it is. Insider Day, there are two wolves. One is a crocodile. Okay. That's not a wolf, though. I guess? Question mark? If you say so. Could get the fish ad for Bear and Polygon. Ooh. We could. Getting new items for this model actually is not that expensive. But I do kind of want to get full body tracking soon, TM. Probably doing the move. I'll probably also order hand tracking if I have enough money. Thing is, though, is like good hand tracking, like finger hand tracking is really expensive. But I do kind of want it. We will get it at some point. We'll get like full body tracking. I'm talking like Rococo fucking suit, but full body tracking. And it'll be great. Get those things out of me? No. I mean, stay gone, you fucking dork. Why did you eat them? Damn, can't believe Ordain's eating plastic toys again. All right, let's put that away. Hey, chat. Want to play a game? Let's play a game. Oh, I guess Dreaded only did get 5. I was just looking at the daily thing. I was like, that says 5. Why did I think Dreaded was 10? Oh God, it's Jigsmar? That does not feel like an appropriate... Jigsmar does not feel like a good word. I don't know what kind of word it is, but it does not feel good. Sounds like rated 18. No, that's Marin Go Pound. That's the one you're thinking of. It's Jigsaw, though? I know it is, but I don't know why. Jigsmar sounds like a city or like... I don't know if it sounds like a slur, but it kind of feels like one for some reason. Fall into the dispatch hype. This game was actually given to me. Zelrena gave it to me. Jigs reminds of Jiggles for you? No, I knew it was Jigsaw. I knew it was a Jigsaw reference. It has uncomfortable mouthfeel. That's the word. That's the word. Also, hold on. Let me do a little bit of a... Real quick. We're going to change my angle a little bit. All right, that should do. That should do. Methinks. Which means now I can go back over here. We can stop the music. I'm going to turn up the game audio a little bit. Both for myself and for chat before we get into this. Because I think some of the other VODs recently have been a little quiet. Music, yes, music. All right. Now, I know very little about this. Unlimited hacking attempts? Now, we'll turn that off. Subtitles, I definitely need on. Speaker name, yes, please. Subtitle color per character, that'll be good. Animation on is fine. Background's fine. Replace licensed music, yes. Profanity censorship is fine. Visual censorship, we actually do need, because otherwise we're gonna get schmeat in our face. Hi, Ford, how are you doing? Display. Whoop. Here we go. Bring that back. Okay, it's only full screen and windowed. Volumes are probably fine for... Ooh, wait, dialogue boost? That'll be fine. Accessibility. We're not going to turn on colorblind mode. I'm sorry, y'all. Text size. We'll turn up the text a little bit so that's easier for most people to read. Licenses. Oh, good lord. Anyway. Now, I don't know anything. What are extras? Choice stats, art of dispatch. Ooh. Sir, those shorts. Good lord. And the comic books. Forgot about that there were comic books. I like how this game hangs dong. You can't say that. Oh my goodness. This game dongs and boob as well. I'm not surprised. Oh, okay. It would have actually given us this option before. That's fine. We already changed it. Tailor your experience. Yeah, and then keeping profanity is totally fine. Ooh. We want QuickTime Advanced, right, chat? Right. I think this thing has a part of the action include QuickTime events. Sit back and relax hides the QuickTime events. They're fun? Okay, we'll do the QuickTime events. It's casual in a good way. I mean, I know there's a point where one guy schlong literally slaps in front of the camera. I was under the impression we were playing Magic the Gathering tonight. Who said that? Who are you? Rocket fuel generator. Critical role, what? Well, I mean,
Obviously, I love him. He's my dad. What does that mean?
This is a soothing voice.
Just say what you want to say.
It's just, when you add obviously, it feels a little less obvious. So, I'll ask again. How do you really feel about your father? It's as if maybe it's a little more complicated than you feel comfortable admitting, which is completely...
Didn't know him well.
Didn't really know him well. He wasn't around much.
Well, you're gonna see him even less.
I did not know where this game was where it started.
Just so sensitive. Listen, if I didn't love him, we wouldn't be here.
Is his
right?
nose bleeding sideways? Oh no, he's laying down.
Nope, we're in it now. Why would I be trying to find the man who killed him if I didn't love him? Why would I?
I thought he was standing up against the wall.
Shit. My nose is bleeding.
Oh, he's in the gym.
Emotionally snotty.
No, it's probably from when I kicked you in the face.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me. So, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna hang you off the side of this building, and you're gonna tell me where Shroud is, or I'm going to drop you to your death.
Come on, I thought we were having a breakthrough.
Soothing goon.
Did. You know, for being a real piece of shit, you're pretty easy to talk to, but the only breakthrough I need right now is the location of Shroud.
Okay.
I'm not telling you shit, you fucking loser!
See, this is more like how I thought this would be.
I hope Shroud kills you just like he killed your father. I hope he fucking spanks your little daddy as you bitch
I
ass.
swear I know that voice.
Are we outside?
Windy up here tonight, huh?
Why are we outside?
No telling where you'll live.
Smells like outside smells.
It smells like outside smells.
Wait!
I have neighbors.
One
Use
ear
your
sound?
insides and just tell me.
I think it's
where
surround
Shroud is.
sound.
Okay. Steel mill, Llewellyn Steelworks, okay? Fuck!
You sure about that?
Yes, please! That's all I know!
Stop screaming, God damn it.
Help! Help!
Hey, I will pull you up if you quiet the fuck down.
Help!
He's gonna end up falling because he's pulling shit like that. We're gonna pull him back in. He's nice.
Honestly, It's nice talking to someone about this
I was gonna say, I think this guy's not so bad.
Guess what I'm saying is, I'm really glad I kidnapped you tonight.
Okay, that's a weird quick time event. Feels very basic. Huh. I was expecting more actual quick time events than just goofy interactions. It's fucking parked in the garage. Dang, dropping him is really funny. I don't think he deserved that. He was being kind of nice. Is that the key? Did we take the key with us? Or like the power generation with us? It's like taking out the battery to your Tesla. Ooh. Oh. Now, I've seen some spoilers of this game, maybe because TikTok's a fucking bitch. But I honestly don't know a lot of the timelines of the rest of the game. Because people keep fucking upload things that's like, here's what happens if you let this character stay on your team at the end game. And shit like that. Hey, yo, cool glowing wires. Ooh! Oh, damn, we're good at this. Okay. All these metal people. Thought of this basic cause and effect. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, that's what a lot of the videos are like. Okay. I dig it. I dig it a lot. It's always funny that nobody ever hears that. Wow, that is a basic as shit tablet. Guys, we can't go using iPads in here, so we're just gonna piece together parts to make a tablet. Music! CCV feeds. Ooh.
Time to finish this.
Oh, I see. I guess it doesn't matter.
All right, next one.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, this is kind of cool. So this is the hacking thing that everybody was talking about. Very interesting method.
All right, got it.
Oh, and then I have to click and pull down. Okay. I'm in. Are you quoting Torbeck? Torbeck is in. There's only a bunny suit and fishnet thigh highs that seem to fit you, Torbeck. Torbeck's preternatural wolfman instincts are telling him that something is watching us. No shit, dumbass.
Hey, can I get a copy of that video when we're through?
We're just gonna go with A, I think, on this one.
Because it's over.
Because the other two seem really
And It
lame.
would be nice to watch that back at a different angle.
Oh no, it's over, Shroud.
All this build-up, face to face with your father's killer, and you come in here with that lame shit?
Where the fuck is Shroud?
We'll be here in a bit. Oh, hey! After our conversation, I asked him about your dad.
Oh, shit.
Fun little tidbit. He was very well hydrated. Turns out right after Shroud shot him in the chest, your dad pissed his pants.
I
But you
mean,
didn't
that
know
would probably
huh?
happen if you lose like
So
all
after that
blood
bullet
pressure
tore through his insides,
and therefore like
he still had
muscular
enough time to know how
pressure as well.
Absolutely fucked he was. And just pissed himself like a little bitch. It was like so
Ooh,
much
stomp.
because your dad was wearing shorts, so
Hey.
it just kept.
I get it.
Said he would remember that. I figured he wasn't gonna show up so soon. Honestly, I like this suit way more than I like Iron Man.
Can we just skip to the part where you reveal your bullshit superpower so we can fight for real?
Wait, are we already getting to the section that would have been Schlong? Oh yeah, this would have been Schlong. Wow, you look like a fucking creep.
Cool dick. So, you, got some kind of clever supervillain there?
You can call me toxic.
Bro, that works on so many levels for you.
Yeah, no shit. That's the point!
I don't know why he didn't do that earlier in the apartments.
Shroud's augments are pretty good when normies like you use them. But when you put them on someone who already has powers, fucking chef's kiss.
Yeah, but you only have like a neck implant. I'm not gonna lie, the sensor's kind of very funny. The sensor's very funny. Damn. Why are you holding your chest like that? You're a robot. Plus, it's like a cockpit inside. It's not like you're wearing a full suit. Oh my god. Okay. A laser Gatling gun? Not gonna lie, I like some of the designs of these goons. Like the lady that had the like spider plate. Oh, who are you? Oh. We're gonna explain why the guy that's power is supposed to, like, he's made out of poison or something. Oh, he's gum! Okay, maybe that's part of the augments? I don't know for sure. At least we know he's sturdy. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, hi Atlas. I'm trying not to miss any of the quick time events. Wait, who's the lady? Who's the lady? With the broad shoulders. Gross. Blob goon. Not gonna lie though, I do kind of like the electroplating. Overheated? Oh, rebooting. Old system too, so it's taking its sweet time. Speed it up, speed it up, speed it up. Okay, but why wasn't that barrier enabled earlier? 52%? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no! Oh no! The real supervillain is here.
So, what do you got left on
Wait,
that
I forget.
shield?
Isn't Shroud also voiced by
I said
Liam O'Brien?
40%, but Boss Man says you're down to 28, and he is not wrong about this thing. Good news, buddy.
Wait, how does he know
Shroud
that?
says he just wants the Astral Pulse, which we all know isn't really yours anyway.
Fuck you, yes it is. Just that good, actually? Makes sense.
System check.
Calculate the damage per second hitting shields. Then tell me how many seconds I need to divert astral pulse energy to rocket boosters.
12.89 seconds of damage before critical.
Oh hey, Bossman says if you're planning on diverting pulse power to the boosters, it won't work. This is a limited time offer, dude. What's up?
Ignore him.
You were so fucking
Ignore him.
earlier. I'm just the messenger here.
He says you're not calculating that shit stuck to your leg, dumbass.
Fuck it.
Okay, but why was the shield working when it wasn't plugged in?
Hey, great. I'll go in the flash. Now get out of there, babes.
Because they just tear the foot off. Oh wait, was that the guy that we knocked out on our way in? Okay. Mercer, Liam O'Brien is later? Oh wait, Shroud is Mercer? Okay, that makes sense.
Pulse status.
I'm pretty sure I watched somebody play and I remember hearing Liam O'Brien, but I can't remember who it was. I know a lot of the villain heroes though are streamers. Fuck. I know like Moist Critical's the Batman. I know Malevola is some blonde streamer I've never heard of.
Warning.
I do not know any of the other actors. Is Keith David in this game? You think he's all right? Well, I mean, the game's about him, so I mean, he kind of has to be. You gotta be on 1 HP. 1 HP is all you need, baby. Uh-oh. Please, no. Don't make me watch it.
It was just over 4 months
Oh
ago
God, we get the
that
audio
events
list
were
dance
recorded across the Southland.
fucking recording.
Videos flooded social media and our newsroom showing what many thought to be
Ooh!
the death of Mecha Man. Again. For nearly 50 years, a Mecha Man has protected Los Angeles.
Again.
By an ordinary civilian with no superpowers. This first suit was dubbed by some fans as Mecha
Prime.
Man Prime. 3 generations.
I mean, his
of
outfit is kind of better than ours. I'm not gonna lie.
This community, including their lives. After the tragic passing of Prime, the next Mecha Man, known as Astral, teamed up with a star-studded
Yo, that's a killer stash. That's a killer stash. How you doing, JJ?
Unprecedented period of peace in the Southland. After years of loyal service,
I wonder who the guy is with the hole in his head. There's also a bee lady. Wait, I like bee heroes.
Villain killed the pilot of Mecha Man in cold blood.
Elliot Connors. Really, Shroud's name is Elliot?
A third generation of Mecha Man emerged. A Mecha Man for the modern era. A bulwark against organized crime in the greater Los Angeles area. Until
The greater Los Angeles area.
earlier today, Mecha Man broke his silence and addressed the media.
Hmm?
There's been a lot of speculation about my health and the state of the Mecha Man suit, and I'm here to put that speculation to rest.
Oh no.
The suit has been damaged beyond my ability to repair, so I will be stepping back from superhero work,
Oh.
effective immediately.
Does this mean you're finished?
Can you repair your
What's next
suit?
for Mecha Man?
Does this mean your career is
How
over?
badly
were you hurt?
One at a time, please.
Ashley Rhiness, San Pedro Daily, do you have anything to say
Oh my
to your
God.
fans?
Reporters actually identifying
The
themselves.
outpouring, the vigils, a lot of them were worried you wouldn't wake up.
I just
thank
wanna
you.
say thank you for the support. I hope to be worthy of it. Next question.
Chris Stratton, Torrance Tribune. Does this mean you're
Torrance?
retiring as Mecha Man? Word on the street is you're donezo.
Are you 100 years old? Why are you talking like that?
Answer the question, buddy boy. Are you retiring? My readers need the skinny, and I aim to deliver. Let's get it on the record.
Let's do not yet.
Look, I'm not retiring. Not yet, at least.
Any idea what you can do without the Mecha Man suit?
Not yet. All right, just one more, please. I gotta get back to, just one more. Preferably someone from the Century.
Charles Kingsley, South Bay Signal. So, Shroud kills your father, goes to jail 15 years, breaks out, and immediately dupes you into a trap, where he destroys the Mecha Man suit and puts you in a coma for months.
Who are you and why aren't you fucking Clancy Brown?
I didn't hear a question.
Connor!
Two-parter. First, why didn't Shroud kill you? You haven't been conscious for months. It'd be easy money taking you out.
What are you
Shroud
insinuating,
wanted
dude?
Astral Pulse and Mecha Man gone. He got both. I'm not sure I mattered much.
Right. You're unimportant. Which leads me to my next question.
Who
Most
are you?
heroes avenge their family. You did the opposite. You killed their legacy. How disappointed would your dad be if he
Who
were
the
here
fuck?
right now?
Charles! Eat pants.
Your father. Your grandfather. They must be rolling over in their
Leave.
graves.
Leave. Step inside, step inside. Why would you ask some shit like that, dude? That's just straight fucking personal attack.
A mecha quitter? Yeah, I mean, it seemed like it'd be better if he died than be a mecha coward, you know? What kind of example is he setting?
He survived because the suit was that tough. What the fuck are you talking about? That's painfully blatant. I was watching that.
Hey, assholes. Yeah, all you assholes. I was fucking watching that.
Yeah, all of you.
Calling assholes, asshole.
You're the one who just stole a TV from a store, guys.
30. And who the fuck are you? Yeah, you. Go fucking hobo ranger. Who the fuck are you?
Someone with nothing to lose. You wanna get your shit rocked?
Right now, I'm someone with nothing to lose. Which is probably
Y'all should recognize the emblem on his
Well,
chest. Are you serious?
With nothing you have, you're about to lose again.
Whatever the case.
You're about to get your shit
we
kicked
need to
with
deal
by a
the
one-armed man,
fucking
bud.
Skittles idiots like you.
Reasonable Gideon's television store.
You're hurt. You're not thinking straight. You don't
Punch with
wanna
right.
fight someone who knows which hand every
Our right arm is the only one that's working. Oh man. Okay, maybe our arm isn't broken. I figured it was broken because it was in the sling. Skittles! What do you mean Skittles?
What the?
Green ski. Hey, yo, first shot butt. Hell yeah. I'm not impressed.
That guy I threw, he landed on the roof, right?
All good.
Hi, I'm Blonde Blazer. I work over at Superhero Dispatch Network.
I'm not a big fan of hair-based superhero names unless your superpower is your hair.
Oh, I
Like
don't know about
Medusa.
that. I'm just a corporate hero for hire. You're the real deal. You're the famous one.
Right, I don't think infamous is the same as famous, but...
Oh God, your arm.
I mean, she did just admit that she was corporate. Ooh!
Oh yeah, that's gross.
Yeah, you look like some kind of mime DJ. Let me see it. I'll help you.
Have you done this before?
Usually dislocates the other way.
Okay, but have you done this before? Because maybe... Ow! Okay. Wow, that's,
My Disney came in hell yeah on him.
Thank you.
One of them is on that
Like
roof.
the game Infamous?
You look like you could use a drink.
What gave it away?
What makes you say that?
Ooh, snazzy. I like the mohawk. For a second, I thought that was her skin. I thought she was black, but her mouth isn't there, so that has to be a mask.
They can taste the rainbow in jail.
What do you mean? Like different colored dicks? Sorry.
Actually.
Oh, did they call themselves Skittles? Did I miss that? I think I did miss that.
I'm a little buzzed.
Yeah, superhero
I
bar.
don't really make jokes like that. I think
The
this is funny for me.
crunch.
Who?
Someone I work with.
Are there any
It's-
other hair-based superheroes other than Medusa? Actually, come to think of that, impressive.
That was impressive.
Oh,
It's just beer. It's not that hard.
it's fine. Don't worry about keeping up.
Different colored mask, was it? It looked like the top of her head
takes a
down
lot
to
for me
her,
to feel
like,
anything.
to her chin was the same color.
What a sad sentence.
So I think her mohawk was just sticking out the top.
Hey, you should give yourself more credit.
Oh, the
to
Skittles
do
King.
what you
Okay, yeah,
did
that's the one
for
you were
as
talking
long
about.
as you did, especially without superpowers.
I wonder who
Not
married
true.
romance in this
What do
one.
you call this?
I
You.
can fix that one for you.
Ew.
No thanks, I like this one.
Thank you.
Oh, that's...
So,
Wait, who
how'd
has
you
the
afford
cocktail
all that?
glass on the far
You must
side
have
with the
spent
cherry?
Hundreds of thousands. Of
Millions. So you'll understand.
All other hair-based characters, like think of
You're
her
serious.
Yumigishi from JoJo's Part 4.
Millions.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
basically
all
burned
almost
through my
pretty
entire
much the
inheritance
same.
keeping it going.
And most superhero
Years
franchises
of just
tend to have one.
Tape and sheer determination.
I could understand if like her uniform
Why
was
did you
gold
do
or
it?
something and she wanted to go
What?
buy blonde blazer.
Sacrifice everything to be.
Well, I mean, I guess it is gold. I guess the shoulder, neck to shoulders are gold. Never mind. I'm just being pedantic.
Hardship, but ruin was the first word that came to mind. Yeah. You must be completely broke at this point.
I like helping people.
I don't know. I guess I just like helping.
Thing is though, is like, I don't care
are
about
you
romancing in this
broke yet or
game.
what?
So I don't know if there's an ending where if like
yeah,
you
I
don't
should
get any of the like romance options throughout the game, if it's
Because
still
I was
going to be like
hoping
totally
for some
fine.
Drinks to loosen you up.
Also, hold on. We need to pause because the ad break's about to start and I haven't set up a game. We'll do the emote search today. Wait. There's the new game. Chat, there's a new game. Save the deal. What are you? Copy. And then let me get the game for y'all. Okay, so this is the game. It says it's still loading. There it is. Collect the stickers to save the deal. Find the sticker within the scanner on your screen. So I think you have to... Okay, you have to get the grid points as fast as possible. Type the coordinates in the chat to collect it. Okay. Interesting. All right, we'll test this one out today. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, but I think I'm just gonna go. Nah, I'll leave. I'll walk away. Me trying to remember how to turn. There we go. Na. I'll be back in a couple minutes, chat. I will give y'all the music. Okay, what'd I miss? What did I miss? Hold on a second. I do need to do... Oh God, my neck. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Wait, what the fuck are you doing? Oh God, wait, did I just refresh the chat window? What the fuck? There we go. Jesus. Okay. Are we good? Everything fine? It seems like it's counting it, I think. What are those bars next to your thing? Sticker card incomplete? Okay, so that was the fail, I guess? Queen was the only one that, wait, Queen was the only one that got one? What? Time or distance? I don't know. Maybe? I don't know. It feels weird. Let's bring the music down before I mute it again. All right. Back to our conversation.
I could learn a little more about you. And, if all that went well...
Wait, what the fuck is... Oh, that's the game. That's why I was hearing music.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
You have to type ahead of the trajectory? Oh, okay. Okay. Hold on a second. I need to do another reset. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. That's a little bit better. Where the fuck? Hello? I can't... Oh no, what are you doing? What? My mouse is stuck on OBS. You can see my mouse here. I'm not clicked into the game. When I click into the game... Oh, never mind. Now it's fixed. Now it's fixed.
A proposition.
Yeah.
Water.
I'm just trying to figure
Sorry,
out
not
this
water.
with
Game
fair
steps.
enough, you know? Then it's just a matter of...
A bar proposition, you saying?
Well, propositions late at night in a bar can go any number of ways.
That's actually...
Straight grain alcohol.
Water.
God, this is like pure alcohol.
It's not like alcohol, it is alcohol. I know because you spit it directly into my open mouth. That's water. That, see how it has ice in it?
You drink hard liquor from a pint glass?
Actually, I usually just drink it straight from the bottle, but I thought that would be embarrassing. I'm gonna go clean up.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. I will be right
Listen,
back.
if I had the Toby setup right now, chat, we would be playing this game with eye tracker, but all you would see is me staring at Blonde Blazer's butt the whole time.
Hey, I'm talking to you, bitch.
Oh God, the shit stick. Look at this fucking
Just so you
loser.
know, I only turned
Although I do
around
love
to say my
Jacksepticeye's
dad
character
wouldn't
Punch
give us
Up
a
in this
bitch or
game.
anything.
I love Punch Up.
Watch the news? There's a superhero bar.
Oh, wow. Are you a superhero? That's so cool.
I love Punch
Is
Up.
this your power? You're like, tell people obvious shit guy?
Well, you're really going to act like you don't remember me.
Is he wearing fucking
Wait,
Oakleys?
it's coming back to me. Hold on. Yeah, it's coming back to me. Oh, wait.
Sunglasses at night.
Oh,
Sunglasses
I know
at night.
You are sunglasses indoors at night guy. Your superpower is that you're able to let everyone know in the room that you're a douchebag, because you should literally never do that unless you're at the final table of the World Series of Poker. But
The deepest of
then,
V-necks.
you're still a
With
fucking
way
loser.
too little chest hair.
That is... Damn. You good?
Sorry.
I have no idea who voiced Coop, though. I have no idea.
No, like a bitch. I control the fire.
The fire?
And the flame. And my skin...
Cringe.
...does not burn.
Cringe.
I am flambe.
Cringe.
And you...
Wait, oh shit, I do remember you. You're that shitty villain I busted up.
Not anymore, mecha dick. As I literally just said. I am flambe, a real superhero. And you are not...
And
Mecha
why did
Man
you decide to become a superhero now?
So... You need to get the fuck out of here.
Oh, fuck.
We can do this...
We're just gonna do water. We're not gonna burn the place down.
Fuck.
It's far less embarrassing than him bursting into flames and setting the place on fire or something.
I've been waiting a long time for this.
Thunk. Ugh, mouth open. Teeth gone.
Holy shite!
Holy shite!
What song is that?
The Wheel in the Sky by Journey.
It's whistling. Come on, we should get you to a hospital.
No, Coop! Fucking guy needs a dentist. I've got it on ice. Should be able to reattach it.
Teeth don't work that way.
That's
You're
fingers.
Thinking of fingers and dicks. You know what? Give it a shot.
Hey, Mecha Dick, get the fuck out of here.
I get it. Can you just tell Blazer I'm outside?
Out!
He was the one who started the fight. This is bullshit. Although there is something hilarious about duplicating bartender.
Hey, I couldn't find you.
It's cool. I was just.
It needs
admiring
a I don't think you could use goy.
Can't tell why anyone would put
Fart barf.
those words together. Why are you holding drinks?
It feels like it's a band. Like, what's that one band from Diary of a Wimpy Kid? Is it Loaded Diaper? I can't remember. But Fart Barf has the same energy as just a really shitty band name.
The whole energy is awkward.
Yes, Hollow. We just started
I
playing.
almost rolled the heck out of my ankle on the slippery floor.
Guy fell down.
Yeah, it's crazy. This guy, he just fell down.
I mean, he did. He did, in fact, just fell down.
Yeah? Does that not sound convincing enough?
Hold these. I know a place.
You stung.
It's a little out there. Easy as we fly.
The way he said that, it wasn't "you're strong." It's he said "you stong." You stong. But that was such a good line delivery. That was such a good line delivery. You stong. Ayo, vertical trawling. Ayo, public transportation. Again, though, lose the cape. The cape sucks, especially a half cape.
I actually thought you were taking us to sit on it.
Oh yeah, that would have been cool.
Wait, is there somebody sitting up there?
Oh, yeah, this is better because you can see it, and it looks like there's a couple up there already. So
Thanks for helping
I really
me.
appreciate you coming to my rescue back there. I still think I could have handled it, but
Her uniform comes with the
all I'm
powers.
trying to say is
I don't think it does. I've been spoilered on
should've
that
just said
part.
that, but-
I've seen what
Yeah,
she
I'm
looks
still
like
talking.
when she turns the powers off.
don't you worry.
And
about
she's
it.
wearing the
I'll
same
have it.
outfit in both those moments.
how do you
It has
know
good
my name?
infrastructure. It's LA.
Oops.
It's still not good infrastructure. It's
going
there.
on?
It's not
Okay,
great.
I'll tell you, but only after you tell me how you. ended
Granted,
up
this is
with a
also one of the
name like
cities
that.
with the
Oh, you
best
mean
public
a name like
infrastructure
Robert
in the
Robinson
country.
Third?
The third, 3 times.
How do you want to
this
handle spoilers for
There
this
was
game?
Grandpa
Just curious.
Bobby,
In chat,
then
I'd
my
kind of like to
dad,
avoid
I
them
called Dad, but everyone else called Robbie, and then me.
because I don't know
Robert.
all the choices in this game, but
wanted
I've already
to
seen
take
like some
seriously.
spoilers here and there for the rest of the
Family
game.
tradition.
In more ways than one.
I've even seen the final fight,
Gramps was the
which is
first
kind of
Mecha Man.
annoying.
He died in the suit before I was born. Dad was killed fighting Shroud. That's when I took
If you
over.
pick alcohol, I do want to know that. I would like to know what happens if I
Inheritance
pick
and life
alternate
insurance
answers.
money.
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize.
Just your
Yes, Ortane. You live in a country that has the best public infrastructure on the planet.
Tradition,
In the United
but there
States,
is
it's
one.
between LA and
Dying
New
in that
York,
suit, which I guess I don't have to
and
worry
both of them
about.
suck.
What is it?
I'm not quite drunk enough to share my origin story just yet.
I'm not even joking, Ortane. I'm not even
Remind
joking.
me to tell you someday.
The Netherlands have some of the
Definitely.
best urbanism projects on the planet. So when you think about the bad stuff that you experience in the public infrastructure in the Netherlands, understand that that's kind of the best it gets in most places.
We can work with this.
We're letting the moment pass. We've only just met tonight.
Sorry, I'm actually here with a purpose.
Cute. Very
The
cute
way
moments.
I went about things tonight. I'm sorry. It was
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure it was, although they're gone now. Their legs aren't dangling on the Y anymore.
I'm not sure that applies to this. But...
I'm actually here on official business.
Oh, did they ever cover how many people had superpowers in this world?
Right before you spit in my mouth.
How frequent are superpowers?
It's fine.
We know Robert's not superpowered, but we just saw so many people with powers at this bar.
He's like family that I haven't talked to in a while. But what about him?
I work with him at SDN. He recommended you. Mentioned that he worked with
Oh,
your father.
smile.
Yeah, he was the youngest member of the Brave Brigade, so he was kind of my babysitter for a while. How's he doing?
He's doing great.
Brave Brigade is not a great name, I'm not gonna lie.
Here. Robert, I would like to make you an offer.
Would you like a job?
For dispatching and mentoring some of our rookie heroes, SDN can make you Mecha Man again. But this time with all the resources that a company as big as ours has at their disposal.
Okay.
No more.
Do we get to meet the big guy?
Repairs. Support staff, the whole shebang.
My suit was totally destroyed.
I saw the report, studied the footage. It's not totally destroyed, just mostly.
I mean, yeah, it's not like we saw the first one from Prime. It was a very different suit.
Time and money to get this.
Fairly significant minority seems to have at least a little power. That makes sense.
Plenty of time.
I do like the world building of like superhero worlds. I don't know if anybody's read the book series, the Nemesis series, aka Dreadnought.
Invaluable.
Hold on.
Share it, Robert. You have a lot
Dispatch Heroes.
Wait, so you want me to sit in an office?
There's a book series. Right now it's 2 books, but there's supposed to be a third one.
But just until we get your suits
it's
put back together.
Dreadnoughts and
What's dispatching even mean?
Oh, I'm trying to think of what the other one's called.
Here.
The drunk people.
The second one's called. Is it Nemesis? The second one, Nemesis?
Noted.
I don't know. I only have the audiobooks for them.
Are you waiting? What's going on?
I think they did a pretty decent job of creating a superhero world.
Pop it on. This is part of the assessment. And don't move too much in there. You're sitting on the edge of the billboard.
Uh-oh. Oh, good lord.
And welcome to this training simulation. We may be superheroes, but we're not.
God damn it, Travis!
SDN's real hero, the Dispatcher. So,
They're pretty
Dispatcher,
good. They're enjoyable.
Where do we start?
They're also technically a trans author's power fantasy, so that's a heads up. The book series follows a trans girl, a teenager, that first started. Tarvis Williams, yes, Mr. Laura Bailey. But no, it follows him originally. I'm trying to remember of course, the superhero's name is Dreadnoughts. A multi-generational superhero that seemingly changes over the generations, only to find out that he gets killed by a person, lands in front of this boy, trans girl, doing her nails behind the mall. And when he lands and basically dies, he passes his powers to her. And essentially, this is where they discovered that the sphere that gives Dreadnought his superpowers, from mini hit series, yes, essentially turns them into the quote perfect body that they imagine. So it fully transitions this teenage boy into I say teenage, they're like 16 or 17, I'm pretty sure. Still a teenager, but just so that you get an idea. And it like transforms him to her, but in like a perfect body sort of way. Not into adult. It does not turn her into an adult. It's more like what the perfect athlete would be. And there's like I don't remember if it's in the first one or if it's in the second book. They like specify that she's like 170 pounds, but only like 5'4". And it's because her muscle mass is just so she has like 7 times the muscle mass of an average athlete. It's pretty Shazam-esque, but then it's also like it's a bit of a power fantasy because she just becomes who is literally the strongest. This would be like if Superman's powers could transition someone, and that's basically what happens. And she lives in a world where her parents don't accept her. One of the other major superheroes is a fucking super feminist that hates trans people and doesn't think they exist. So that's another plot point. And there's a bunch of other stuff. It's still a pretty enjoyable series. But if you're a dysphoric person, you may start crying while listening to it at times. There's kryptonite for that. There is a lot of plot points across the two books where they try to take Dreadnought's powers away from her. Like Lotus Lane. Lotus Lane. The suckiest hero? Yeah, except Super Turf in this is basically Raven from Teen Titans. Her name's Grey Witch. The suckiest hero? That's the thing is though, is they did a lot of good world building for that one, and I hope this game does the same thing. Because they have like regular superheroes, they have hyper tech, which is like the super techie ones. There's magic heroes, there's like godlike heroes, mythological heroes. RuneScape VTuber type model, how interesting. Hi Hex, how are you doing? It's more like PS1, but no, I get the vibe. Grey Bitch, correct. There's also Doc Possible, who is very much just kind of like middle-aged auntie material. Very cool. Step inside, very cool. Step inside. Knockawag, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? JK Raven, what? You can't say that. Kim Possible? No. You pick it up as you would go along. I figured that's gonna be the case with this game. All right, let's do this. We get into her. I tried to hit space, but it didn't work.
Well, well, it appears we've got our first call from a subscriber.
Some subscriber.
I saw some scary, suspicious
subscriber. Don't forget to subscribe, chat. Can we get 5 subscribes?
Requirements to help you determine which heroes to send.
Oh my goodness.
Such an array of brave heroes.
Hey yo, who's Sweet Talker?
How could you possibly pick just one? This graph will show you what
Equilibrium is
well
paper mache. Brain Book. She's kind of pretty. I like her. Okay.
A hero with a knack for vigor and combat looks right for the job. That sounds like me, Phenomenon.
He's Sam Riegel, really? Yeah, that makes sense.
Now that at least one hero is being dispatched, it's time to get to work.
Do we only send one? Can I not select another? I guess not.
A wise choice.
You can fly. Why are you taking the road?
I will now return to SDN.
Fucking goofy.
When a hero returns to SDN, they'll need some much-needed R&R. That stands for rest and relaxation.
Subscriber. I'm still stuck on that. Oh yeah, they do a lot of the voices in this game.
Don't forget to review your hero's performance. They won't be sent out again until you do.
Oh.
On SDN's state-of-the-art graph, we can see an analysis of what skills the call required.
You gotta love the guy though. He's kind of adorable. But I've seen parts where he's kind of pathetic.
Let's see how well I did after responding to that caller's, well, call. There's no such thing as a perfect fit. Use your intellect and your roster to your advantage.
Oh, okay. I see the requirements now.
Align with the needs of the job, the more likely I am to succeed.
Oh. Ooh, okay. That was interesting
Organized
visual.
Criminals, often led by figurehead supervillains, are the scourge of Southern California. We work tirelessly to
Villain hideout college
them
campus.
out.
Investigate and decode. Wait, where's the icons? What is investigate? Intellect. I guess that's intellect.
Let's make history.
Wait, I want to hear Sam Riegel. He didn't say anything.
And check.
Oh, that's definitely fucking Sam Riegel. Investigate code. Okay, so we want high intelligence. Probably. Wait, Sweet Tooth is the smart guy? That's crazy.
Anything.
That's crazy work. That's hilarious.
Knowledge is power.
Is Brain Book, what's her name? Ashley Johnson? Depressed Starfire dude, my beloved? Yep. Okay, it was Ashley Johnson. I was right. Damn. Oh, I think we nailed it.
What can I say? A lot, actually.
Shut the fuck up, Sam. Museum's doing an exhibit on local superheroes and needs a guest speaker. Unveiled new... Okay. Oh, that's probably who we should have saved Sam Riegel for. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Exactly right.
That's a woman!
I trust you.
Is that also Laura Bailey?
The museum is doing an exhibit on local superheroes and need a guest speaker.
Am I just about to have favorites? I feel like I'm about to just have favorites. You know what? We'll send Equilibrium on this one.
Oh, if these streets could
Cough
talk.
wood? God damn it, Drennan.
One of your heroes needs you.
What
As their
happened?
leader, your heroes will look to you. Make choices and follow where they lead.
Jokes. It's Sam Riegel. Of course we have to make him to tell jokes.
These choices need the right skill. Remember each of your hero's strengths and weaknesses.
I figured jokes was gonna be charisma, and I figured fun facts was gonna be intelligence.
A convoy of Diablo's goons are harrying the highway patrol.
As if traffic in this city was not bad enough.
Speaking of traffic and going places, does SDN offer paid time off to take vacations?
Of course.
We'll do this. We'll send Pom Pom and Phenomena Man.
Over time. Use it however you like. as
Because
long as you
intercept
discuss your
fast and
schedule with
overwhelm
your
them,
manager well in
I think it's fine.
The
I think
fuck
it's
is a PTO?
paid time off.
A sound approach.
Giant monster. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Okay. We can't send anybody right now. We need them to finish resting. Oh god, there's all of them. Fuck, I fucked up. Maybe I shouldn't have been sending. Jesus.
There's
Okay.
a giant monster attacking downtown! Save us, SDN!
Let me balance.
Dispatch those two. We only need one
SDN
here.
values work-life balance.
I need help getting to my doctor's appointment.
What? Fuck that.
The diabolical supervillain El Diablo is attacking Los Angeles General.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
It's one of my arch nemesises. El Diablo. That means the Diablo in Spanish.
Oh,
Must
shit.
have been using
Forgot
the
to do this.
convoy ambush as a distraction.
And to attack helpless hospital
Ooh.
people.
Oh, okay, no, we did good.
Craven bastard.
Speaking of hospitals, did you know SDN offers a robust benefits package for all full-time employees?
That's phenomenal.
Oh, no, we still don't have anybody that can rest. Okay. Do this real quick. Yeah, I think I'm over intercepting these. I think I need to just send one person. Luckily, this only needs one person. Someone who's fast. This is so stupid.
Loud and clear. Moving out.
Taking hostage, convince them. Okay.
The smart choice.
You know, this is the only one that's here. We're just gonna send all three. Jesus. Okay, no, we don't need to do that.
As you wish.
Should we stick with these? I think it's convinced, so I think these two are gonna be enough. I think these two are gonna be enough. Yeah, I figured we'd do Pom Pom for Grandma. Because Pom Pom has high mobility. Easy peasy? Oh, okay, yeah, easy peasy. I keep getting them mixed up. I keep forgetting the first one is the skill check. Which is the Diablo in Spanish. God damn it, I hate you. Okay, if that was a fail, I was gonna be real upset.
SDN solves all
Convince the
problems,
goons?
big
There's
and
only one
small.
kind of gooning in here. You should know
Never
that by now,
ignore the
chat.
people of the city, particularly the elderly.
Speaking of retirement, quick question, Phenomenon. Does SDN offer 401k matching?
Yes, but
Can
there
you
are limitations.
not
Your
sound like you're
HR
reading a script?
representative will have all the details. Our shift is done now. It is time for lunch.
We couldn't have done it without you, dispatcher.
Too true.
I'm going to
It's so
enhance
bad.
my
I
great
feel like a
time with
weird
some of the
person when I
snack
start
offerings
immediately
at our
recognizing like the
break
critical
room
role
vending
cast.
Great idea. Thank you again, dispatcher.
There's
I
always
hope
just
to be
that
seeing a
tone
lot
at
more
some
of
point
you.
once you start
Goodbye
recognizing a
for
voice
now.
actor. You're just like,
Don't
wait a goddamn
forget to
second.
be phenomenal.
But I guess it's just something that is always the case. There's always a
Well, looks
hint
like I'm
of the
great
voice
at this,
actor in
so
every
that's
voice they
gonna be
do.
Bad for your negotiating position.
So I guess I should expect once I start trying to get into it really hard, I'll probably just always hear myself in it.
Did I drool on you?
I don't think so.
Well, you see why we thought of... Well, why Trackstar thought of you.
It makes sense, yeah.
Who's we?
Meet me at the SDN offices tomorrow. I'm not
Just
done
hub.
saving
Wait, you gotta help him. Oh, wait, you gotta take him down. Wait, how do I get down?
Is there a ladder or?
There's not. I was just looking for that. Achievement, did I drool on you? Look at that fat baby.
Sorry,
I love him. I love him. Look how big he is. He's so chunky. The beef. Oh my god, it's his phone background too. That's amazing. Who's the good boy?
Were you a good boy?
I love him so much.
The folks at SDN are the best in the business, and we're striving to create a safer, stronger city every
I will kill for that dog.
She wants to help us out.
You trying to learn about her? Real expensive phone holder? True. Welcome to the real part of the game. Well, remember you said you'd kill for beef? Correct. Hi, Max Power. How are you doing? Maximum power. Oh my god, Aaron Paul. %. Okay, that's a pretty even split. 46 did not kiss. That's fine. That's also closer to an even split than I thought it was going to be. 54% pulled him back. Success rate with 5 toxins, 100%. You perform better than 70% of players. Jesus, guys. 29% of players cut the speech conference short. Really? Sunglasses in third, only 39%. Well, I guess that is higher considering there was 3 options. 50% of players ace SDN's tutorial shift. Wait, I aced it? Really? How did the other people mess up? You beat the shit out of the portal? Honestly, probably not a bad policy. I just felt like he would be like so sad and defeated having to give this speech. I honestly don't know why they said this in collaboration with Critical Role. I mean, yeah, you have all the voice actors, but aren't they more than that? It's the guitar girl again who did the embarrassing dance.
I'm gonna be late for band practice.
How did you not notice that before?
Unexpected things happen every day.
Oh, good lord, here comes insurance.
SDN help me out with this? It's blocking the driveway.
You can count on SDN to help lift the burden.
He's reading, you can
life
see he's
throws at
reading the
us.
fucking cards.
Let SDN be your rock, so you can rock.
SDN is not an insurance company and is not
Poor dude. Poor dude is so incompetent, it hurts.
She's definitely not making it to band practice.
Yeah, well, yeah. Wait, what's that?
Hi,
No,
water
just,
boy. I forgot how
commercial.
awkward
It
you
was
were.
Weird. Yeah, right. Phenomenon man. He's like a rock star.
Why did you get in the on the couch like
It's,
that?
I'm joking, because of the rock and the roll. Cool. Cool commercial. I'm a fan, you might say. You could
He's
say.
not a great actor though.
He's not the best actor, though, which was important for that commercial to be less, weird.
He
was very obviously reading cards.
When there's danger, I think if the whole world.
No, I don't think there's anything wrong with Waterboy.
then He's still awesome.
Aside from his awkwardness, I think he's probably still useful.
Yep, that's not right. That is
Is
not
that a
right. That is.
Wait, are you wearing you're wearing your button up under the wetsuit, dude?
No, not necessary. I'm sure I.
It's soaked. You nervous? Big job interview.
Does he always put out water, or we're probably gonna find
My
out?
powers make everything wet, moist. Water boy is how they call me, but yes, I am.
They did not need to give him that fucking cool approach. Fuck that. Hi, Purple Peps. What the fuck is that distortion?
Oh, okay. Oh. Now that your face is next to a side of my face, I see that I know you, of you. You're Mecha Man. You're dead, I thought.
Just on the inside.
You, look small or different in person.
Never meet your heroes, kid.
Wasn't sure you'd show
He's
up.
aura farming. He's a fucking dork.
Blazer, Blonde, a real hero.
Oh, sorry, but I need him for something. Follow me.
Poor dude. Poor dude. He's constantly wet. That's his superpower. Is that it? That's all? There's no way that's it.
Take your clothes off.
It's a thing! It's a thing! Roll the
We
credits.
don't want too many people knowing you're Mecha Man. A lot of our dispatchers are former heroes, but it's better.
Okay.
If you keep your identity a secret. We've had incidents in the past.
He can spit water too? That's what I thought. I thought I saw that.
I remembered you being bigger. I was a little drunk. Listen, it's gonna be great.
I've never felt silly wearing this.
Until now.
Yeah, I was trying to imply that with the silence.
No.
It worked. Get
Poor
dressed.
dude.
I have somebody I need you to meet. Oh, sorry. Should I turn around? Or what do you... should I close my eyes, maybe?
Is this an HR violation? That's what we're going with.
This might be the fastest HR violation of a new employee in history.
Yeah, I'll actually... Yeah, I'm just gonna... There.
There's a reflection on the door.
It doesn't look like it, but I am flexing every muscle in my body right now.
Really?
Okay, well, you didn't have to say it like that.
I want to say again, I'm sorry about last night.
I'm not gonna lie though, the scars are kind of
Regret
cool.
the way I conducted myself.
There's no HR in Bossing Say. There's no HR
A complicated
SDN.
mistake. I can go into the details of those complications with you later.
Look, I'll take your lead. So if it's complicated or whatever, just, let me know when it isn't.
Okay.
It was a nice night. Nothing more than that.
Yeah, I'd like to keep things professional.
Right.
Cigarettes and
that's why
coffee?
you brought me to
What
this
the hood?
conference room just
For
right down in front of
themselves?
you. Profesh.
Are you serious?
Guess who just got found out, you stupid bitch.
Who locks a conference room? So, you two fuck or what?
You didn't take the cap off that inhaler, man.
Right, so just like grinding.
It still
Close
has
on
the
stuff.
dark blue cap on it.
See? Knock it off. I just got a little tipsy at our meeting.
And I'm not gonna lie,
Is that
I hate Invisigirl.
Robert, this is Invisigal. She is part of the Phoenix program. We take
I hate
former
her.
supervillains, such as herself, and rehabilitate them.
I
to
don't
reenter
care how
society
tragic
to
her
use their
backstory is.
powers
I don't
for
like her.
experience.
Well, it looked better on me.
I don't like our
Invisigal,
ADHD,
Robert.
asthma,
He'll be your
riddled
team's
mess.
dispatcher.
Oh, washed up dad bought superheroes.
No, she's
with
my favorite. I hate her.
superpowers. Can't wait.
His identity, all of this, that's
Girl
staying
needs help.
between
Girl needs a
us.
professional.
He's still Mecha Man, but that can't get out.
She's Laura Hart sounds. Bailey? You mean Mrs. Travis
You think I
Willingham?
want to tell people our dispatcher's a fucking loser?
Having superpowers doesn't automatically make you a superhero. You're born with one, you have to earn the other.
Correct.
Well, I'm wet. I see why you like him. Look at that trip. What does that look? Best Buy Fight Club?
I hate it.
Fucking hot.
Also, the fact that she had to hit the inhaler twice
We have a
in less than 5-minute time span is a health concern.
She's at the bottom.
She called herself Invisibitch when she was a villain. We're trying to rebrand her.
Yeah, I thought Invisigal felt kind of corny for her.
Oh yeah? The name was my idea. Just get your shirt on, Dad Bod.
That's not a dad bod. What the fuck? Dude looks pretty great for a middle-aged man. Do you know how many American middle-aged men have a gut? I like this dude. This dude's kind of
We're
cute.
not the highest profile branch in the network, but we've got what makes the real difference. Great people. Some of them aren't even people, and they're still
Who's
great.
cat lady?
One of the 3 copiers on this floor. Fax,
Oh.
scan, does literally everything.
Oh, she's a magnet.
The 3 Ds at SDN. There tends to be a healthy amount of paperwork. I used to call it triple Ds.
How many heroes work here?
Had a different connotation.
How many heroes do you have here?
Network-wide, we're
Ooh,
over
that looks weird. Her feet are sliding.
branch, we've got
Hold on a second. Y'all saw that, right? That turn and then her feet just kind of sliding in place like she was doing a moonwalk for a second.
somewhere
Ooh.
between 45 and 50, depending on our roster.
She
at any
was
given
she was
time.
basically not moving the
Working
distance, she was
different shifts.
stepping.
Yep. We're all about diversity. Lana works in the mailroom.
The thing is, this game is cinematic. It's not, like, lag would not cause these characters to be mispositioned in this game because it's a cinematic game. That was a animation error.
Different galaxy altogether. And then there's Galen.
I could have just
Way
been
back there.
misseeing it, but it
Born with
definitely looked a little weird.
from-
Hey, there's a sick dude in the back.
Florida.
Florida, of course. Florida man over there. Hey, easy on the bath salts.
That was one guy.
Hey, speaking of back, where is the,
Oh, need a bio break?
I like this. I like this game. This is a good game.
It's right over there. Sorry. At work, I tend to get a
I
little.
wasn't paying enough attention to notice. I have the stupid tism brain that I notice when things don't
If you get lost,
like
look
seem
for the door
right.
that says records room.
Holding room A. Bathroom. Oh god, not the bowl cut. Oh, it's the scene. It's that one scene. It's the scene that does the thing. The scene with the stuff. It's the sex god.
Oh. Wow, almost went in my pants. Hey, you this Robert people talking about?
I love this dude.
What's up, brother?
Average
Anthony
Samoan.
Roy, but people call me Roy.
Yeah, fuck yeah, bro fist.
All right. Good to meet you, bro.
Likewise.
I fucking love him. I love him so much. Of course, the no hands
So
piston
Roy,
is class act.
Steroid?
Huh? Hell no.
What do you mean? Are you telling me this man is not a sex god? Look at him.
They go by the name Roy. So I think it's like, we go scrap, we go ground, I boss you up, and then you got Royd. You know what I'm saying, bro? That's what I think.
Man's pissing like a racehorse over there. Accurately sized Pacific Islander.
That's why they call me Roy? Like I'm on steroids. Cause they think I'm some kind of a juice head? They think I'm not natty, bro? They think Roy
I'm just kidding.
No, I'm just kidding, man. Just making jokes about your name and the shitter.
Whatever. I don't care.
That's, yeah.
I love him.
Up here is probably best. Nice meeting you, Royd, even if it was while we were both holding our dicks.
You won.
Wash your hands! Wash your hands!
Come, man.
Okay, so I was worried
Is
about
there
unwashed hands.
is that a
I'm worried
super
that
sized
everyone
stall
knows
over
who I
there?
am.
Nah, brother. It's Kapu. Need to know basis, and Roy need to know. I don't want to come pick up your soup or fix them for the SDN.
Cool. You gonna wash before you do that?
Nah, bro. I never touch nothing. Just touch my pants and underwear only. Even for shake, I just do like this.
You show me again. I don't think I got it.
Love this game. I love this game. Can you tell I'm having a good time? Look
Freckle-faced fuck.
at that handsome devil.
How are you?
That's an aggressive way to greet someone.
Look at this skinny latte prick. Your bones, kid.
So are
here to
you.
whip these assholes into shape or what?
That's the idea.
Why is this happening?
Why is this happening?
What? It's a hug, not a hand job. Lighten up.
Be that as it may, I'm still confused.
Oh,
When
right.
Maui becomes
'Cause
an
I'm old as
engineer,
shit.
I think Royd's my
How about
favorite
this?
character in this whole
This jog your
game.
memory?
Trackstar?
Holy shit.
Another hug.
Why are you accepting hugs from old men you don't know? Oh, and hey, they call me Chase around here, so keep it, you know.
Sure, right. Yeah, Chase.
It's been what, 10, 15 years?
Has it really been that long?
Yeah, I reached
A
out
dab?
to this
No,
little
that's like the
pissant
pose he
dad
takes
pack.
before he runs.
Then he got to ducking me like he owed me money.
I was in a weird place.
I understand, kid. It was tough on all of us.
Oh.
So I can't imagine what you went through.
Yeah, so
Probably
what's
also
up?
has a complex in the fact
Tell
that
me why
like
you look like Black Einstein?
his dad never asked for help. His grandpa never really asked for help. He was supposed to be the stoic leader that led everyone from atop the pedestal.
I could move 50 times faster than the average person, but I didn't realize until it was too late. And I was aging 50 times faster when I used my powers.
Oh.
Nowadays, I'm moving slower than frozen piss to keep the old ticker from popping on me.
I'm so sorry.
I had no idea. I'm so sorry, Chase.
Hey, if I feel another ounce of pity from you, I will run you over in a parking lot and say it was an accident. They'll believe me because it looks like
So
I'm
his
wearing
power
diapers.
is less super
So I guess
speed
this
and more
means you're
like
the one person I can't
self-control
complain to about
time,
losing my
basically.
suit.
You better not. I would resurrect
At least
and
that's what
re-kill
it
your
seems
fucking
like.
father in front of you if it meant being able to use my powers again.
Because if he was using it for super speed, but at the same time
Obviously, I'd
it
let Robert
like
have one
multiplied
last
the
night
time on his
before I-
body,
before
basically he
I
aged 50 times
extinguished the light
faster.
from his eyes.
That's not super speed, that's time control.
Was he always like this?
Yes, actually.
We joke, we laugh, we suppress our trauma. All right, enough of this.
Correct.
Let's introduce you to your team of losers.
I was gonna say, that's basically what it is if you studied it. Because if it was super speed, it would not affect the speed at which he
Now, if I'm being
aged.
honest, I thought and still think we should have canned these tunas months ago.
And
Oh.
you might get your wish. Because if we don't see improvements soon, the whole program will be scrapped.
Cool. No pressure.
Oh, good lord, it's fucking...
Sonar
All right,
here
most
was a
critical
Harvard
time.
graduate
Who will not shut the fuck up about being a Harvard graduate like all Harvard graduates.
Who also orchestrated some of the most effective Silicon Valley investment frauds in
Addicted to a variety of controlled substances.
Also, sometimes he transforms into a fucking bat monster that would eat
Cyberbullying! Okay, yeah, that's moist critical.
Flambe. He
Controls the fire and the flame, and his skin.
He's from Afghanistan. I guess that explains the accent.
Didn't you ever run in with him years back?
I did. Yeah.
Unsurprising history of arson. Designed his own suit. No wonder it looks fucking stupid.
Invisigal, who you met.
The black eye
Turned
of the
herself
swollen
in a few
cheek.
months ago and entered the program on the condition we did.
Wow, their stats are
That's
so
a little
low.
Suspicious, no?
Suspicious? Really? Of a criminal that turns invisible and doesn't like to answer questions? What tipped you off, Sherlock?
But only while holding her breath? Okay, that's why.
Here we have
That's also why she took the inhaler before she turned invisible on the way out.
Term that means to cut. Hence the knives.
That's very clever.
Yeah, but it sounds dumb to say, so everybody calls her Coop. She was an assassin for the mob, then went independent.
Umbra Kinetic is the weirdest way I've ever heard to describe... I'm guessing it's controlling shadows. I'm guessing it has something to do with that. Right? Unknown. Mystery bitch.
Punch up.
Carnival strongman who made a deal with the sorceress. She gave him the strength of 10 men. His muscles grew, but his body shrunk.
He's got all the charm and brains of a greasy bowling ball.
Oh, he's great. I love him. Pycnokinesis. What is pycnokinesis? That's what I figured. And it's also the fact that you can see the like wisps of shadow all around her. But half the size, correct. Galway. Oh my god, he's the Galway girl. Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha. And the
Malala,
best.
Terrifying. She's got a magic sword, and she creates portals that allow her to teleport.
Somehow she's still late for every fucking meeting.
Wound transferal. Sonar's NA sponsor, atheist true crime aficionado. I love that. I like this character.
That's Golem. He is a construct.
A construct?
Yeah. Bunch of dirt and mud made sentient with magic.
Oh?
I think he's lonely.
Oh yeah, he seems like a fine guy.
Prism, Michigan.
Oh my god, the hair.
The power is weird. She weaponizes light rays or some shit. A lot of this
Flint,
stuff-
Michigan.
Why does she dress like a pop star?
She's actually super talented.
Consistently requests a return to her trailer. Oh my fucking god. We bark for the demon wife? No, you conduct yourself with proper decorum in front of a woman that you like. You will behave. You will behave. Any discussion of calling Malevola mommy will also require a donation to the mommy jar on Throne. Do you understand, chat? Are we on the same page? Do we need to talk about this? It does not specify. Feral Chihuahua sounds? You're not small enough to be a Chihuahua, Fairbanks. You're like a Cocker Spaniel at the smallest. Hi, Thorint. How are you doing? Say it's an absolute pleasure to meet her. I'm not saying you have to white knight her. That's creepy too, dude. Just act like a person. There will be an order in Valen's court. You will behave. You will conduct yourself with decorum. Just you went tough? What do you mean went tough? Act like a person, but people suck? True, but acting like a dog is pathetic. Money goes to the mommy jar? That clarified. What have you done, Onion? What have you done? I make dog noises. I see her politely ask for consent to tie her up, and we are not the same. Just say sorceress, but... Oh. Demon mommy payment. Malevola is mommy. I didn't even see who did that. Who was that? It's beef. For demon mommy? Oh my god. All right, go get your demon mommy pass. I'll also... Unavailable. Wait, what did these other ones say? Oh, okay, wait. Can you not take a picture of her? Interesting. Very interesting. Anyway.
So, the Z team, my team, their Phoenix program?
That is correct.
Your own.
Oh, he looks so scared at that angle.
We're not looking for miracles, but we'd love one if we could get it. Can you show him his desk?
Sure.
They give the new guy the fucking the Phoenix program team.
What's that arm squeeze about?
You want one? Here.
Fuck off.
Oh yeah, it was. I do know it was based on lean beef patty.
Pretty sparse, but feel free to decorate.
Although I don't think lean beef patty is nearly as tall as Malevola is. A demon atheist? Correct, which is hilarious, and I love it. Login R. Robertson.
Wait, so we're doing this? I haven't even met the team yet.
We did the slideshow.
First of all, that wasn't a slideshow.
Look, we like to start slow.
I like his face too. He just looks so...
This is better for everybody's safety.
You just gotta do it, bud.
You'll be fine. And this here is our little slice of the Southland. Whenever there's a crisis in the area, we get a call, and guess who
Does anybody else think that the headphones also look like a children's toy, by the
Put your
way?
headset on and introduce yourself.
Oh my, hi, Pinky. It's the mother jar? Yes. If you decide to call me mommy or you call Malevola in this game mommy, you are required to donate to the mommy jar.
Tell me that's not your real first name, bitch. You can't be this shook on your first day. Come on.
Can we clear the channel, please? There's a lot of overlapping on this.
Bobert.
I saw him in his underwear.
Who? Roberto's son?
I saw him in his underwear.
He back in mine.
No, but he's got a lot.
All right. Chase, do the thing.
Again, please clear the channel.
Get it, your email.
Shut the
Who the fuck are you on about, Coop?
Let me remind you, these calls are fucking recorded for training fucking purposes. So keep the fucking line clear before we send your stupid fucking asses back to whatever fucking cell we pulled your stupid fucking asses out of.
Thanks, Chase. Do we understand the problem? Oh, god damn it.
Can you send someone?
Climb? Okay, who can climb? I'm guessing that would be mobility, so we can just kind of send... Oh god, we're gonna send Coop.
Okay.
We're gonna send Coop. She can fly. Spirit animal.
Mr. Vanderstank is requesting a hero for a very important event.
High profile ribbon cutting.
Willem Vanderstank, certified genius. Literally, he has a certificate.
You aren't a genius if you need
Charisma? Oh my god, I want to send Punch Up. I want to send Punch Up.
This guy rules.
High profile looks good. Okay, no, we can't do that. We have to send. We have to send Sonar.
Need to find my keys.
We have to send Sonar.
We're good.
Yeah, you're right. I saw the high profile part. I almost missed it.
Dibs on Monday.
What are you guys talking about?
We're taking bets on when you'll quit.
Friday?
Wait, what's today?
It is Friday.
I know.
Ooh. Okay. It's fine.
All right, fine. It's good.
Bidet.
My bidet is spraying shit everywhere!
I'll have to hack it? Okay. Why do I have access to a digital bidet? Today is Friday.
Let's see if I can do this.
Very interesting. I kind of like these hacking moments. I'm sure they're going to get far more complex later. Bidet offline.
Get these idiots out of my bar before they destroy it.
That's the same guy. Two heroes are fighting each other, break up the brawl diplomatically if possible.
Okay, that little shit
Send
did
her.
not kick my ass.
You did, though.
Yeah, I think I heard about that.
No, you didn't, because it didn't happen, Bob.
We'll send those
So we're
two.
all going to shut up about it.
Oh.
Yeah? Okay.
Prism duplicates the hero to her left, placing her illusion in an empty slot with half staff. Oh, that's cool. You know what? Yeah, that's probably enough.
Hell out there. Figuratively, I mean.
How do we do? Oh, we nailed it. Way to go, Moist.
I'll say it. I really feel like I don't get enough credit around here.
Achieve a perfect dispatch with only one hero. Nailed
What's
it.
going on with Sonar?
After returning from a call, his intellect swaps with combat and his charisma swaps with vigor. Oh.
Randomly.
Okay, so now he's basically a combat character.
Working on controlling it.
Two thieves returned the boat in one piece. Okay, so we need somebody with mobility. So, oh. Uh-oh. All right, we'll send Flambe.
How about
Oh.
no?
I guess he doesn't like to go on the water.
Anyway, trust me, I can handle this.
Send a loner
lot
of his girl,
faster
reduces
on
travel time and call completion time. Okay. That's the loner stat, I'm guessing.
So what was your read on this Mecha Man guy?
Washed up, drinking alone.
What'd you do?
A robot guy without his robot, I guess.
Fight man? Let's try giving them new names.
Guy?
Dumbass sounding names become a...
You got your ass kicked by just a guy.
Give them the idol makeover? You know what? Why not?
Flambe, you're off route.
Oh, dear God. I've seen this part. He's gonna go off randomly, and then he's gonna set a fucking fire. Okay.
Too stunned to speak. I get it. I have that effect on people.
Of course.
Fire at a local park has gotten out of control.
Did you start that fire?
No.
The fire that's burning 2 blocks from where you're
Send
standing.
someone durable to prevent further
You didn't
damage.
start that.
Quick. Ooh. Quick and durable.
Flambe, stop fucking around. I've got enough problems without you making new ones.
Whatever, man.
She's not very durable. We don't have anybody that's fast right now. Here, let's wait. We'll get one of these two.
Hey, someone's robbing the museum. I don't know what you do, man. I just
Security, avoid motion sensors, apprehend the enemies. Fuck, she's resting. She'd been really good for this. Is there a stealth stat? It's just mobility. We're gonna send Coop, and we're gonna send...
You're not gonna like what you see anyway.
On call with greater than 2 slots. Coop gains 1 combat if placed in the first slot, mobility placed in the second. Combat's fine right now. And then... increase that mobility. Fuck it, we're gonna send Sonar.
Problemo.
Finally, some criminals with class.
This was someone durable. Oh, son of a bitch. You don't have anybody quick and durable right now. You literally don't have anybody quick right now. Jesus. Okay, we're probably gonna have to take a hit on this one. I think we're gonna send, I kind of just want to send Golem.
Been to the cliffside once.
Danny the Bone Zone Diaz. Christ. Today's topic is all about SDN hiring criminals to protect us. Fuck. Who's actually smart in this group, dude? Is it only Sonar? Oh no, Coop's smart. Shit. Oh, good lord. We're going to send Prism.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a bad idea. She works best in working with people. We'll send Malevola.
This fucking guy, he conned my ex.
Yeah, he's in beast mode right now.
Exclusive.
Which is why I sent him to do the other thing. Get on the sensors. We could do weave, methinks, or we could just hack it for him. We'll do the hack. Oh, there's a timer. Actually, hold on. Okay, we're gonna go this way first, and then we'll swap it. Is this, I think we're turning on the security system is what it looks like. Oh yeah, Rick is starting. I'm sorry, hold on a second. Okay. Oh, I still can't pause it.
It's me again, Galen. Blazer told me to show you the ropes, so here we are.
Here, okay, now I can pause it. All right, chat, we're gonna check out the new game again. I'm not gonna go anywhere, so we can just try and figure this one out together. The schmads? What do you mean the schmads? Okay, so I know we're supposed to guess, but these fade in and fade out so fast. Like, do you just guess? Like, you don't even have enough time. I don't think they thought this came through completely. Oh, you got one. Good hit. Oh, no, they're always there. It's just the sonar thing that reveals them. Okay. I see. Oh, I meant E6. Fuck. D12. Got it. Okay, I see. E20. D14. S14. Oh, I missed. D3. Step inside. B8. Oh, I missed it. Night Angel, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I get it. Okay. That makes sense. And then... Too bad I don't have a number pen. There we go. Oh, nope, missed that. Yeah? Which part, Val? What's wrong? What's wrong with the yeah with the dot, dot, dot? I didn't give y'all music. We have awkward silence. Oh, I was just going for 19. Oh, there we go. I ended up getting it. Oh, no, we did it at the same time. Yours was just a second later, so it counted for you. Damn it. Okay. I flubbed that one, I think. Okay. Damn. It feels like this game's made for a lot more people. I'm starting to get it, but I also don't. I think it's a delay. If your stream has any delay, it's stupid hard. Because some of those things are moving so fast. Yeah, I'm not sure they thought this game through. But welcome back from the ad break, y'all. Let's go ahead and put this away. We can get back to the game. Actually, hold on. Give me just a second. I need to check Discord because for some reason I have so many notifications. Okay. Toxicum? Oh no. Apparently Faye and Grimm found a movie that is an NFT in and of itself. I hate that. Stream delay is real. Yeah, it's even then though, things in that game are moving so fast that if the stream delay is more than half a second, which it always is, it's fucking broken. Hi Crow, how are you doing? All right, what are you gonna teach me, Galen?
Yeah, hero ranked up. Good job.
Oh, sick. Hybrid? Mega bats. Nah, I want hybrid. Wait, is this? Nah, I want hybrid. Oh, and there's other perks that we get. Now investigate to the upgrade tab.
Every rank up earns skill points. Use them for increasing stats.
Oh.
Use the plus icon next to a stat to spend a skill point. Once you confirm...
Who's playing Galen? Does anybody know? Disgusting! Disgusting! Looking pretty fine today. Keep it up. Thank you. I think I want to raise his... The max is 10, right? This is the stat system out of 10. I'm gonna raise his mobility because mobility seems very useful right now. And who else do we have? Okay, Coops did level up too. So we'll raise Coops. Oh, geez. She's 4 combat. I'm gonna balance her out a little bit. Thanks. How many ranks do we get? Does anybody know? Oh, and Viz Girl's also about to level up, it looks like.
Everybody should step back.
Compile cross-reference past cases. Oh, no. Okay, we'll have to wait a second. Disrupted? Uh-oh. Flambe required? Fuck you, dude. He's made out of mud. He'll be fine, right? We'll use body because he has high durability. Perfect.
We've encountered these thieves before.
Okay. We need intelligence. We're sending sonar. Ah, oh, jeez. Okay. Honestly, Flambe, sure. Sadly, I don't think I can just ignore him, can I? You can send him to send his own, fix his own fucking mess. He was returning though, so I just sent. Thing two is like, we can yell at him about it later, I think. Nimish Patel? Another Patel! How do we do? Ooh. Ooh, sweating it out. Okay, we did it.
Another day saved, or whatever the fuck.
I love Malevola. Oh wow, she's really balanced. So we'll raise... get her a 4 somewhere. We'll give her charisma. Actually, no, we'll level the smarts up a little bit. That's fine. It seems like they did what, 3 missions to unlock a upgrade? Ish. Well, I mean, hers are. Oh, she's 8 experience short. Okay. Nailed it. Nailed it.
Wow, you're on fire today.
Oh, this?
Gains 1 combat, 1 mobility. This affects stacks. All boosts reset after failure.
Vanderstink
Oh.
needs a security detail. Is it cool if I go? I've been wanting to pitch him some stuff I've been working on.
Yeah, pretty sure that's exactly what he's trying to avoid.
Oh. For some situations, you can only choose one solution. Send sonar or security. Send literally. We'll send sonar.
I'm a high-ranking Vanderstanker. It would mean a lot.
Fuck, he's rest. The other option will disappear. I don't think he's gonna rest fast enough. What was that sound? Oh, fuck. Okay, no, we got it. We got it. Oh, God, he doesn't have the charisma form. This is fine. This will be fine. Oh, this is terrible.
Sure. Go ahead.
Thanks, man.
Can you just rob me? Track and encourage him to turn his life around. Okay, charisma.
Well, I didn't think I would until you said that.
Charisma intelligence, I'm guessing. I think we're in Coop.
Okay.
Stolen arts. All right, I'll snitch. Just cut me a deal, okay? Hideout is well guarded. Stealth and oh, fuck.
On it.
We're obviously sending her. Unfortunately, she is loner, so you have sandwich. What kind of sandwich? Question. Mommy has a jar, but can we call Royd hubby toll free? No. You will treat Royd with the respect he deserves as a very large and adorable man. He is not hubby material. Okay, maybe he is. Shut up. PB&J? Hell yeah, dude. Use of surroundings? No, I think we're gonna send... Oh no, she works best when there's 3 or more. Hell yeah. Can I send Malevola? I will send Malevola.
How long was the last dispatcher here?
2 days. New record.
A new record, really?
I set this car on fire. Yeah. Very flammable. Kia Soul.
Nerves are hitting sonar. He's second guessing his human meat alternative pitch. Wait, what? How should he approach? Oof. Oh, I don't think stick with your guts is a good idea because he's in full bat form right now. He doesn't have stats high enough to be relatable, I don't think. Step inside, step inside. I think I'm just gonna go with stick with your guts, dude.
Goes a long way.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, fuck. Nope. That was still intelligence.
Time to freak some fuckers out.
Alright. A lot of thieves in the hideout. Oh, okay, yeah, we'll do that.
Out.
We'll use the hero-specific one.
No promises. I'm a screamer.
Hell yeah. Upgrade time. Let's do combat. We haven't upgraded anybody's combat. Why not? Wait, I haven't said punch up at all. Oh, I feel terrible. No idea what to do with the 12-year-old thief. What did we do again? Ability intelligence. We're just gonna take him home. Malevola or sonar? Oh. Wait, we did send Malevola.
Perfect.
Hi, Goldman. How are you? Golemon. I think it's the Golemon. Uh-oh.
Granny's? I got this.
Triggered at Granny's Donuts?
Yeah, and I gotta get unbanned.
Uh...
Yeah, nice try, dude. I'm not going anywhere. Except Granny's. won't
Okay,
let
I
her
know where
alone.
this is going.
Can I get ice down here, please?
What does that mean?
She's asking for a tap-in. We got access to security cams of SDN subscribers all over our territory.
Wow,
Wait, what?
Really? Is that legal?
Don't ask questions. Just always make sure to read the fine print.
Are we... Wait, what? Is that not agreed upon part of the subscription?
Right, I feel like you've said that a lot in your life. What happened?
This is how I found the place. The old guy, who I assume is Granny, was laying here when I walked in. Hey, what's your favorite donut?
Look, can you just focus? What, you got ADHD or something?
Yes, fucker. Is it that obvious?
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen the scene.
Well, then answer the question.
I want an apple fritter.
Fixate on it when we're supposed to be doing
Jelly filled. Oh my god, yes. I want a Bismarck.
A jelly donut, okay? I mean, I will eat anything if you pack enough jelly in it.
So you're into squirters. You like that gush in your throat.
Can you not?
Okay, say less.
Yep, you got
You're
me.
a
I love
grown woman.
gobbling
Act
on
like
hot,
it.
Sloppy donuts. Love them from my mouth to my butt. How's it going? First day. Thanks for asking me that, so you could get all your funny jokes out. Now, can we maybe address the body in the room? What are you doing? You gonna poke it with a stick?
Check his pulse.
Granny's alive. Thank Christ.
Is anybody calling a fucking ambulance?
Can I go now?
A wellness check. It's a B&E. Let's figure out the purpose still there.
B&E.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Who's breaking and entering into a
Fuck, I can't
donut
think of a
shop?
character from a cop
It
show.
has an
Cool.
open
Well,
door.
why don't you stay put and work on that while I get another camera up online?
She's my least favorite. The worst of the lot.
That surprises me. You guys got similar energy. How do I switch cameras?
Just click the side so you can cycle all the cameras in the building.
It's weird getting tech advice from an old person.
Bro, I'm not even 40 yet.
Weird
What?
getting bro from an old person.
Okay, I guess that makes sense.
Lieutenant Dan? Is that a thing?
Yes, I am the
He didn't tell us
latest
before how
Vietnam
old he
vet
was, because I think we
from Forrest
didn't
Gump.
ask that
Sick
question. Access denied.
Am I doing something wrong? Pushing that button just says access denied.
Ah, damn it. Sometimes people add extra security. They don't understand it just makes it harder for us to do our job.
Hey, what's taking so long? Are you sleeping or something, or are you just bad at your job?
Get security property. Okay. Yoinkity yoink.
Why does a donut shop even need extra security?
That's a pretty good fucking question, not gonna lie.
Hello?
Ugh.
Hmm.
This node represents a code to use
Up,
later.
down, left, left.
Remember it.
Okay. Camper freed overridden. Access
What we
granted.
got here?
Perp? B&E? Who are you, Lieutenant Dan?
Hey, shut
How
up. for a
did he
second,
not
I'll
hear
walk.
her out there? Hazard detected. Class 4 energy blaster.
He's coming your way, armed. You need to disappear.
Why are you whispering, you idiot? You're in my ear.
Oh, no!
Two class 4 energy blasters? Are those class 5 conduits? One down.
God damn it. This bitch is a gusher.
Okay.
I got this, Lieutenant Dan.
Breaks laws in motion? Illegal. Illegal. You're gonna get the physics police called on you.
Got any more great advice?
Didn't DC have the science police? Does anybody? Oh shit! I was not paying attention. I was not paying attention. That's my own bad.
Shit.
Wait, did that say thunderstruck? Oh, pause. Where is it? Wait, did that say thunderstruck plays? Okay, I want to know what licensed music they have in this game. He does look like one of Shroud's
Visigo, just hold him off while you find a way to help.
auxiliary systems.
I can use the overhead sprinklers to short out his blaster.
Come on, come on, come on. Got him.
Up, down. Up, down, left, up. Oh shit. Okay. Lightning struck? Oh, okay, gotcha. I'm kind of curious though what the licensed music is going to be. I feel like the licensed music is probably going to be better than whatever the replacement music is. So I do kind of want to hear it. I'm a little fine if we end up with like issues. We probably won't on Twitch, but we may on YouTube. A shame we don't get quick time events unless we're specifically playing Robert. Oh, there goes the inhaler. Oh, where did that come from? Granny? Hi, Granny.
Granny, I don't think you know how to use that thing, so why don't you—
Shut the fuck up!
Oh, I'm one of the good guys.
You? Yeah, right. Don't fuck with me, okay? Nobody fucks Granny! Nobody fucks with Granny!
Invisigal, stay calm.
Great fucking advice, Lieutenant Dan.
Granny doesn't even know how to shoot that thing. Take out the thief first. He's the only one with his finger on the trigger.
You know what? It's my life on the line.
I'm done listening to you. That thing's gonna blow that man's
Arm off and a whole building with me in it. Fuck off. I'm disarming the device.
No, Invisigal, that's a direct
What
order.
device? I hate this stupid bitch.
Oh, fuck. Fuck. Invisigal, you there? Come in.
Oh, his pants.
Fuck, this guy's heavy. Granny's clearly a fan of his own work. Oh, really wasn't expecting to see that. He's kind of caked up.
Shut the fuck up, you bitch.
I think he must have had something else to do, because he left.
I mean, this is why you have insurance, right?
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ, dude. Removes dude's first law of motion. You can't do that!
That was pretty good for first day.
The dark secret of the
Sometimes
QTEs?
people,
No?
get electrical burns.
She disobeyed a direct order.
Well, that's the problem.
I don't know what you mean.
This isn't the army, and these ain't soldiers.
I love her though. Well, you can have bad taste in women. Her aesthetics and style and like silhouette can be awesome. Her personality fucking sucks.
Here, there's vending machines in the break room. You look like you could use a snack.
Are you sure you're not actually...
What vending machine has $1 snacks? The only vending machine I've known in this day and age that has $1 snacks. Hey, that's fine. That's still pretty good. Oh. Random points. Take a hero out of resting. Oh, interesting. To receive 1 intellect. Ooh. Punch up. We didn't get to sit. Well, I forgot to send Punch up on anything, so he didn't get any bonus points. So we're giving it to him. All fictional women is kind of bad. Not the twinks. Oh, hi, Sonar.
Hey.
Ah, shit.
What kind of superhero flinches? I didn't say which superhero. Chill out.
Fuck you. Say something nice.
You had people trying to kill you for the last 15 years. You'd be jumpy too.
I hate her.
Do you think my life has
A
been
traumatized one? Fuck her.
You think growing up surrounded by a bunch of shitbag villains, I didn't need to watch my back?
You need better
Yeah,
friends.
Well, I guess you should do a better job picking your friends.
What the fuck?
You can't just go around. Ow! Why does he keep screaming?
His name's Sonar.
Yeah, I know what sonar means.
What's up?
Then why are you asking me?
I'm sorry. I keep forgetting he's fucking moist critical as soon as I stop saying he's moist critical. And for whatever reason, Classic Charlie, his just occasional dumb as shit, just tune up one-liners is so funny to me for some reason.
She was just explaining your, you know what? Never mind. Good shift.
This guy is weird.
Yeah, he is. Look, I actually just came by to celebrate the mission going well. Didn't mean to interrupt.
It did not, in fact, go well.
What do you need, a pre-chew like a little baby bird, bitch?
You ignored my order, you stuck-up fucking
disobeyed a
bitch.
direct order. How can you think it went well? You trashed the place. The suspect got away. You got the client hurt. You think when that guy signed up for SDN that it'd result in the back of his ball sack getting scorched? Because they don't mention that in the commercial.
Oh, was it supposed to be his nuts? Is that what they censored?
Second, I'm sure Granny would take some crispy nuts over losing his arm. As far as the bad guy, fuck, shit happens.
Fact of the matter is that shit didn't need to happen. We could have had an outcome where the client doesn't get fried and we get the perp if you had just fucking listened to me. If you ask for help, then I can... What now?
Coffee grinder? Coffee grinder. I know that sound anywhere.
Calls, not you.
Here's some advice.
Oh my god,
Try to hold
stonks.
behind that-
Chat, there's stonks in the background. There's the stonks meme is in the background. Holy
You're
shit.
no hero. You were a nerd playing a video game in a suit your daddy built. Now you're a twitchy little bitch turtle without a shell. A real hero puts their ass on the line. A real hero can't just press a button and make their problems disappear.
The suit isn't Mecha Man.
Superhero. It was how I did my fucking job that made me Mecha Man. Based on what I saw today, you wouldn't last a day as Mecha Man.
Fucking sonar, dude.
There isn't a mech suit in the universe that'll keep you from being a selfish fucking asshole.
Good. I've known people like this bitch. I don't put up with their shit.
Feel bad. Good. Fuck you.
Irredeemable bitch.
You gonna eat those Twinks?
That's not what they're... You know what?
Wait, those are actually fucking Twinkies. That says Hostess on it. They went with actual product placement in this game.
What happened?
That's crazy.
Well, look at you.
Demigod, thank you for the follow. Also, I miss Night Angel and Kelly Sharif. Kelly Sharif.
That became impossible when it started soaking in blood.
Invisigal punched me in the face, but I asked for it.
Robert, this is serious.
It's not. I asked for it.
Okay, there's nothing you could have said that warrants.
I was not, in fact, asking for it. She was being a stuck-up bitch.
For her to hit me in the face, and then she did it.
All right, chat. The ones of you that like Invisigirl, you're gonna have to explain yourselves.
Let's go with that.
We're here to assess Robert's first shift, and aside from
Skittles was mentioned at the beginning. Yeah, the game.
I thought it was pretty good.
What?
Told you, Robbie.
I was watching on the monitor. The work you did dispatching.
Spins the moon 2 degrees to the left. I think that's fine. I don't think anything's gonna happen.
We just might need.
I can fix her. Y'all are pathetic.
Best they can do, especially the way the Granny thing went.
Yeah, now the Granny situation, that wasn't ideal. But
I figured that there was a reason.
With Invisigal.
I like goth girls. She's not goth. She's just a tomboy.
Sure, but I see a lot of
Goth my fucking ass, dude.
Even the other Z-teamers respect her.
They're afraid of her.
She disobeyed a direct order.
That's kind of her thing. It's why we're so hopeful you can help her.
And I'm happy to do it, but you know...
Look, Robert, you should be proud. The bar is very low with this group.
Well, it's not low for me. Look, I like to make a joke and keep things light as much as the next person. But when it comes to work, I'm not fucking around here. If you want the Phoenix program to survive, the bar needs to go up.
And how would we do that?
By treating the Z-team like what they are, a bunch of villains. And leading a supervillain team takes a different approach than a superhero team. I need to be around them. I need them to see I'm all in and they need to match that.
And smash cut to being at the bar.
The only kind I know. And based on what I've seen, the only version they'll respond to. I'm not saying everyone will make it. They won't. I'm not saying it won't get spicy. It will. But when it does...
He's saying he needs to have the ability to fire them.
I don't want you stepping in. They need to respect me, even if I don't have powers.
Also, why is she an administrative position?
Monday, we'll get them in a room and introduce them to their new supervillain leader.
I can't promise it'll work. I can only promise that I'll do my best.
No fucking way it's gonna work.
Okay.
More fun to watch.
Chase, some optimism, please.
I love Chase.
Yeah, I also promise to do my best.
She's a corporate hero. That's true, but like,
Hey, kid.
What?
What are you doing?
Yeah. No. I did this. It's weird because I saw this lady, smiling lady, person put a donut on your desk earlier, previously, and it was nicely.
you could say it's great. It's the sprinkle donut from Granny's.
She comes back and she just crazy, like the evil mode, and smash the same donut.
What a mess.
We'll clean it.
What? No.
Blaze is really good at corporate BS.
Yes,
That makes sense.
SDN's newest. He
Admin doesn't have confidence.
Hero?
Yeah.
Helpful janitor.
Okay. Cool.
So it's my pleasure, and it's my job, which you helped me get. So thank you so
What
much.
the hell? Oh, with the tie.
It's Friday. I'm not gonna ask. You headed out?
Oh, yeah.
The pose.
Great. Thanks, kid.
Welcome to the team, Waterboy.
Yeah, welcome to you. You too.
He's trying his best, okay? And not gonna lie. Is that computer waterproof?
Hey,
I have
I
questions.
want you to know us fixing your suit is not contingent.
That's Joel
on you
Haver?
fixing the
Great.
suit.
I like
won't do that to
Waterboy.
you.
At least Waterboy's nice
But
and
don't
can
worry
act
about
like a
that. I'm
person.
just really glad you're here, Robert. I think we're going to do some great things together.
Hey, look, I really appreciate you setting this up. It's exactly what I need right now, and it'll get me that much more
I wonder what the
excited
pay is
to
like.
Be back out there.
Actually, there's something I've
I
been
wonder what the
meaning to
pay
tell
is
you.
dispatcher's
It's a
like.
little awkward to mention, but since the other night,
Blonde Blazer.
Travis Willingham.
Are you ready to go?
He also sounds exactly like his Thor.
Who is this? I thought I'd cataloged all of your work companions.
Robert, this is my boyfriend, Phenomaman. This is our new dispatcher I was telling you about.
Okay.
The third Robert Robertson, leader of the Phoenixes. Blonde Blazer told me about you.
Really? Did she, say, I don't know, what came up in that talk?
She said
Gotta be
you're
high if they can help with the
capable,
fixing. The thing
honorable man that
is,
truly
I don't think they
cares for
want.
others.
They're not like,
Why are
he's
you
not
so
paying
Hey, come on. You got
them to fix the suit. The thing is, they're giving him a job to work,
I only
and they
seek
will
to
fix the
understand.
suit, and in exchange, he becomes an SDN hero.
Was his first
That was
day?
the
Was
deal
his
at the
lack of
beginning.
size and strength
So
an
it's more
issue?
like they're investing in having one of the best heroes in the city.
That is phenomenal. We should celebrate. Blonde Blazer and I have reservations in Tokyo at a restaurant where the owner dreams of sushi. You should join us.
Owner dreams of
I'm sure they
sushi.
could accommodate one more, especially a special occasion like this.
Oh, yeah. Wow, that sounds just amazing. I would love to join.
Phenomenal.
Actually, I don't know if we can add one more to the reservation.
Yeah, they're investing in
And
Mecha Man.
importantly,
They're
in
investing
order
so
for
that they
us
can
to
get
there
Mecha
in
Man
time,
out there
we'd have to
again.
hit supersonic speed, and Robert here.
Documentary series
would
reference.
he
I'm
die?
sure it was.
I think he would die.
Oh no. Perhaps
I was gonna say,
another
that's what I
time.
figured too. I just
Yeah,
think it'd be
sure.
funny to go along with it. But more butt.
He flies a little faster.
It was very nice to meet you, third Robert Robertson.
A pleasure was...
Now, could you step back? The power of my launch has been known to stun small beings. Phenomenal.
Crazy. Sukubayashi Jiro, I need it. Ooh, there's the music. Drink Kicker, how was your stream, buddy? Hey, Scribbler, how are you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. Good timing. We just finished a chapter. We're about to go into the next one. It is 2:30. Oh yeah, we can definitely do the next chapter. 2:30. Can I wait 30 minutes? I kind of gotta go to the bathroom again. I could probably wait. I can wait. It's fine. But welcome in, Raiders. How are you doing? How was your stream? What are you doing? Oh, pig face. Did you have fun? Did you do all the maps? Did you do all the maps? Did you have a good time? Welcome in, Raiders. 93% of players bro-fisted Royd. Fuck yeah, they did. Fuck yeah, they did. You and 25% of players were ratted out on this girl for punching you. Yeah. Well, there's 3 options there, so that makes sense. 34% of players preferred jelly-filled. Excellent. 73% of players decided not to ask Blazer out. You and 11% of players said yes to dinner with Phenomenon. 11? Only 11%? That's hilarious. Let's dinner me Radinsky, and it went terrible. Oh, that's upsetting. 22% of players had Prism named the Fightman, Saber, and the... Wait, what? Oh, wait, they ended up being named Saber and the Bruiser? I totally missed that. Yeah, we sent a lot of sonar. 50%. Okay, that's a decent split. Yeah, we flubbed up one of them, so makes sense. I didn't because I was worried to get back to her and lower team respect because you got smacked and cried to mother, so to speak. Who cares? Is there respect in this game? Is there a respect stat that I'm not aware of? I'm not here for romance. In the back to say no? Of course it was. I just thought it'd be funny. To say yes, because I knew it wasn't gonna go. Plus it would probably kill Robert. Oh, this is the suit. Heroism is forever correct, tree kicker. Fucka.
Whoa, hey, what are you doing?
Brother, your warranty already void.
I'm surprised that truck can carry that heavy ass suit.
Around like that.
No worries, I'm pretty strong.
That's not what I'm saying.
How you got this thing inside your apartment anyways? Oh, super heavy, the bugger.
I disassembled it and took it in little pieces, which is what I thought you'd be doing.
And how long did that take you?
4 days.
It was 4 days.
20 minutes.
I thought he was gonna say hours.
It feels like you could be a little gentler with it. It is, you know, my whole fucking life.
Every time I walk in this place, I get sad. That not happen to you? No one ever tell you that?
I've been focused on my work.
Over to tell you that.
Yeah.
God, that is a serious crack on the wall, though.
On being Mecha Man, it was kind of a full-time thing.
Right. And you only got time for buy that bubblegum chair.
Bubblegum chair? I've never heard those referred to as bubblegum chair.
Apartment you see when the detective kicked the door in, you know?
Is that a Pacific Islander thing? Or is it called a bubblegum chair because people stick bubblegum to the bottom of them?
Lost in the blast while I was flying. No clue where it landed. I spent a couple weeks after it happened trying to track it down.
It powered a whole suit.
Yeah, it's the only piece of the suit my dad didn't have schematics for. That can
Who made it?
Mine now. We figure them out.
Interesting. Not the cry eyes.
Know about the pulse.
If I stick my upper lip out, I get the cry face.
First you get the astral pulse, this genius design energy cell. But inside them, you get the stellar core.
That's what I figured it was spoilers.
You good? What's crazy is when you mix the control.
Wait, the bubblegum chair's spoiler?
Containment. Oh, brother, you got a core one super crazy energized plasma state.
Oh, where it came from is the spoiler. Okay, I got you.
In a bottle.
Sounds pretty important.
That sounds pretty fucking important, Royd. You said we're good.
The astral pulse super awesome, but we'll be all right. Whew. Man, maybe we go for lighter metals this time, huh?
I mean, you seem to be carrying that whole ass leg with very little issue.
Long time ago. First time I come mainland, don't catch me trying to steal stuff from Radio Shack. Then we talk tech stuff for like a whole hour.
Oh God, not Radio Shack.
You take me to jail. That's how I ended up in the Phoenix program.
That's longer than any conversation I ever had with him.
Bummers.
Guess when you're building astropulses, there's not much time for talking to your son.
Not so sure about that.
I love Vods so much.
See, there's gearheads, then there's science nerds. One kind garage, the other kind lab, you know. Your father won't go gearhead, but I just can't see how he'll make something like the pulse. You know, science nerd.
How would you know this from talking to him once?
'Cause I'm both.
Oh boy.
I'm the one gonna fix your suit.
Hell yeah, dude.
That one.
I love me a giant nerd.
Father suit.
Chair flimsy like it's held. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. I miss Radio Shack. Do you? Or do you miss the smell of the old carpet in Radio Shack? Try going to your local library. You'll get the same smell. Beef. I love him. Look how chunky he is.
Royd, I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you is what I need to say. This This is unreal.
We make the man Mecca again.
What would have happened if I didn't bro fist him and I was mean to him in the bathroom? I'm guessing he's still gonna help me, but he's probably like not as nice. Hi, Golem.
Kobe.
I'm not gonna be mean to Golem. Especially because he said Kobe.
I think he did that on purpose.
No, I genuinely do not think he did that on purpose. Even if he said Kobe. Mumbai, Bangkok. Oh, it's Waterboy.
Hey, Chase, I need a favor.
Favor? It's not enough of a favor getting you this job working with those stupid-ass pieces of... Oh, who's this, huh? Who's this little guy?
His name's Beef, and he's the favor. You mind keeping an eye out? I feel bad leaving him at home, but I don't want anything happening to him.
Robert, I would literally let everyone here melt in eternal hell, including you, before anything happens to this dog.
I love that boy.
What's your name, little guy?
My name's Beef and I'm naked.
Oh, no, I refuse to believe that's what he sounds like.
That is definitely what he sounds
Robert,
like.
You got a sec?
Sure, yeah.
His name's Beef. He has to sound like that. Once again, it was probably written before 2020. Almost certainly.
With Phenomenon.
Oh, yeah. How's dinner?
Oh, it was awkward. It's why I didn't want you to come. Phenomenon and I broke up.
Over Tokyo Dream Sushi?
Yeah. It's just... the timing felt right. I don't know. Sometimes
okay.
I just shut up. It felt a little impulsive, but maybe it was a long time coming.
Are you happy?
Oh, are you happy?
I don't know. I don't think I know yet. It is what it is.
Okay.
But that's actually not what I wanted to talk to you about.
Do we gotta get a beef plush for the beef household?
And I'm going to cut someone from the Z team. Or you are, rather.
A comic goes into that?
Looking to shake things up all over the place. Create a sense of urgency.
I like it.
Great. Awesome. Yeah, let's do it.
Whoa, really? I'm glad you agree. I was toiling over it a bit.
I missed it. I missed what she said it was going to be.
Someone towards the bottom of the leaderboards will show everyone we're serious.
Ooh, leaderboards.
I'll let the team know.
Oh, I already did.
I suppose it'll be an interesting shift.
Is there actually a beef plush? I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, if they did make a plush, ooh.
Cutty, huh? Eh, she ain't bad. Those three ain't shit.
Did you come over here to tell me that? Because it's almost exactly the...
Wait, I wish I could pause it so I could look at the scores more.
I came over to tell you.
But yeah, that's our whole team at the bottom of the fucking scoreboard. Helvetica! Sorry, I was looking at the other heroes' names.
Sonar, you alright? Why are you sending a distress call when you haven't left the building?
Could you send a locksmith downstairs?
What happened?
Coop seduced me.
No. I said, hey, want to see something cool, and then handcuffed you to a squat rack.
But you said it with a hot voice, so I assumed you meant boobs.
Okay, team, I know Blazer mentioned someone's getting cut, but don't let that distract you from doing a good job out there. That's what you'll be judged on.
What a bunch
So do we lose Sonar
Sorry,
for the day?
what's
Is that what
bullshit?
happens?
Judgy bullshit.
How is that?
Yeah, only God can judge me.
Okay, false. I'm judging you right now.
It's bullshit, because it's not like you gotta deal with this kind of bullshit.
Also false. Of course I'm being judged along with the rest of you. Do you not know what a job is? What the hell is going
None
on?
of us have had real jobs, dude. How is this a surprise to you?
All right.
Why is the camera
Fine, just
freaking out?
Ignore the pressure and do your jobs. You don't need to be first. You just can't be last.
What about me?
Can somebody go down to the gym and help Batboner?
Why did you call him Batboner? Oh, because he was horny. That's right.
Losing feeling in my hand, and not in a fun, kinky way.
Oh, there's the hospital button. What's that do? Oh, it's the items. Okay, I got you.
There was an altercation with my team and a monster down at the beach, and there's some debris of... There's body parts left behind.
That's definitely going to be punch up.
I think we can pull this off.
God damn it, you fucking bitch.
Yeah, no.
God damn it. She does not want to get kicked. So now she's trying hard.
What the fuck, dude? Wow. Betrayed by a fellow degenerate.
Shitty street kids love me. I'm like their king.
Shitty street kids love me. Oh, God. She has no charisma. Literally just ditch him is the better option because of her mobility. Yeah, good.
What's the matter, kid? Can't climb fire escapes? Idiot.
Uh-huh.
And then
You know,
she just
this
breaks
is,
off
really fucking
and comes home.
guys.
Serves them right. You let your guard down, you perish.
You're the fucking worst.
That's a pretty fucked way to live.
Emphasis on live.
Oh my God.
Thanks, Punch
You
Up,
do
for doing a
realize
good
that
fucking job.
sabotaging each other isn't going to guarantee you a spot
Ooh,
on the team, right?
Maybe not. Nope, that's a fail.
I think I'm gonna use me head.
Hero gets injured, the stats decrease by 1. If a hero gets hurt again, they become downed. Punch Up doesn't receive any debuffs from injuries. Cool! Never mind. Not a worry.
There's a drug deal happening at the Torrance airport right now.
The airport?
I think we should send the bat guy. He seems right for the job.
Someone highly educated on drugs. Crimes, embezzlement, extortion, drug possession. Addicted to a variety of controlled substances. They're gonna sell drugs to him. Oh, right. She increases things. She's clever, so we'll send Malevola and her.
Swift as the night, sharp as my knife.
That's fine.
I'll behave. Maybe.
Sure, whatever you say. Are you
I
serious?
didn't know dogs could be so huge and menacing. He might have rabies. Animal control guy wasn't sure.
Fuck. Evade it very, very slowly? Why very, very slowly? Fuck it, why not? I feel like that's mobility. Okay, good it is. Easy peasy.
Captured by 7 foreign agencies.
Why are y'all sabotaging each other? Y'all are fucking pathetic. So I just shouldn't shin multiple.
So, Turtle fans moved in, flipped a grill, started a fight, and ruined a bunch of hot dogs.
Where's the thing fucking golem? Do they still get the bonus stats, I wonder?
Would everybody please stay in your lanes?
Gather intel on the scam and the scammer. Sonar.
On it.
And... you know what? Fuck them.
Roberto, my boy, excellent choice. First of many we could make together.
God, y'all are insufferable. Barely a success.
Shit. Delicious.
Oh, hold on, do we get another upgrade? Nice. Let's upgrade. Let's give her a 4 somewhere. Let's do... charisma.
We followed the drug traffickers to their base near the refinery. Let's shut them down for good.
Heading there.
Fine, we'll send all 3 of them. And I swear to God, if they sabotage motherfucking both of them.
To rise up the ranks around here. Fucking hell.
Where did the sensory deprivation tank come from? I'm just gonna unlock the tank for him. Fucking hate these losers. Interesting. Yeah, I'm sure you are. Numbnuts.
Still got it.
Ah, okay.
Nailed it.
All right, what's our fucking key? Left, down, down.
Yeah, just take your fucking time.
Yeah, it's fine. You're drowning in here. Are you an idiot? It's sensory deprivation tanks are too salty to drown in.
It's not the kind of wet I like to be, Robert.
Eat fucking shit.
Touch me with the weird fucking clammy hands.
You know how fucking rich cults can get? This is like a favor.
Hold on. Oh, I can't check her profile right now. Just run, girl.
Fucking hate Claudia.
Oh shit, her mobility wasn't as high as I thought it was.
Ugh, I need a shower. A long one.
What was my thing? This is okay, that just skips resting. Please tell me you did good, Golem. Okay, that's not likely at all.
Ugh,
okay, thank you, Golem.
Unexpected.
Let's raise that mobility a bit more. I want everybody to kind of be able to get out of a fight or whatever problems they run into. Please tell me you did well. Fuck! God, I hate y'all.
You know, if I got to see more boobs, I'd probably
Shut the fuck up, Moist.
Just a thought.
Well done.
Not bad.
Eat fucking shit. Raise that vigor. We don't have a lot of characters that have high vigor besides Golem. He has the point? I don't give a shit if he has the point.
You got someone that can figure out how to stop a landslide?
Huh?
Stand aside.
As hot and threatening as that sounds, I'm not going anywhere. We're tied for the bottom.
Oh.
Fucking Invisigal.
Not for long.
Oh, never mind. I did not. I was not paying attention. I did not need to do that. Jesus. God fucking damn it. During a water aerobics class, they refused to let me leave. I hate the water and the old people.
Worth it. Next time, don't promise a man boobs.
No one promised you anything.
Y'all are all the fucking worst, dude.
That was
They just do that? Yeah. I just spent the one coffee I had on Golem, though, thinking I could just send him without realizing that they had already
What happened?
locked in.
She's fine. Just walked into my sword with her face a little bit.
I don't believe in punching women, but I do.
No, that is not good. Okay, we did fine.
So, do I get a raise now?
No, shut the fuck up. Let's raise that combat.
Half man, half bat, all freak.
Yes, we know. Shut the fuck up. Catch up with the rowdy fans. Protect. Okay. All right, Golem.
You look different.
On a call with greater than 2 slots, certain slots may grant +2 to a stat and -1 to others when Golem is assigned. Doesn't matter too much, methinks. Again, they're gonna sabotage each other, but... Here.
Sick.
Oh, he boosted himself. Okay, I see.
What's it going to be this time?
That's fine. I don't care if they sabotage each other at this point. What the fuck did you do? Oh, they're sabotaging each other cross missions. I didn't realize that.
If I wasn't in ever-increasing pain.
Honestly, I can't believe this doesn't happen to him all the time.
He's smart. Just go track down the source, dude. Oh, it's mobility, damn it. That's fine. He had good mobility.
A children's toy? It's actually pretty brilliant, damn.
Sure. Oh, Jesus. What is this? Runaway train?
A Vanco Cybertrain with precious cargo aboard is minutes away from colliding with the stopped freight at the station.
Combat, vigor. Prison.
I'm going!
Thank you.
Hey, so like, my friend's boyfriend was like bragging about how he pretends to be SDN and scams people. He's a real piece of shit.
Not good.
Can we get some help over here? The lot is packed. No one
Reroute traffic, keep it flowing, lift their spirits, and grab their attention. God, y'all are insufferable. Flambe, Visigirl. I don't care. Just go do something. Let's do the hack.
Choice. You know, even my place on the leaderboard and all.
Shut the fuck up. God, if I was doing this job, I'd be just as jaded. Wait, did I? I did not do that one right.
All right, let's see where this asshole is.
Oh, Jesus.
Warmer. Got him.
Oh, is it here?
Nearly
there it is.
There.
Oh. Okay. Okay, I see. I see how it works. Ish. Ish.
Alright, not too bad, not too bad.
Doc's prison, who's now being swarmed by
Seeing all our
fans.
followers swarm together like this, it's intimidating. So they might form a mob. Press is press.
Fuck it, just do the song. Your charisma's high enough.
Playing the hits works every time.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Oh, that's not good. Okay, it's fine.
Oh, no surprise there.
Thank you, Golem, for doing your fucking job. We need to start getting some fives, I think, and we can do some evening out later on. I think we're fine. Okay, we got 3 minutes in the ad break too. Good, because I gotta pee! Oof. Oof. Triple oof.
Don't you dare tell Coop about this. I'll never live it down.
And he's out for the day, I'm pretty sure. After that. Golem or kindred spirits? Nah, it's just Golem's actually, like, not as bad as the others.
Watch me burn.
See? Oh, he's on fire. That's his buff. Okay.
Burglar spotted, headed towards the alley on Wolf Street.
I'll handle this.
I was gonna say good, because I was gonna send her anyway.
Out of my way.
Oh my god, fuck off!
What are you doing in Visigal?
Not getting cut?
It's like you said, the way to win this leaderboard
Game is to not lose, right?
Yeah, that's not what I said.
I'm pretty sure that's what you said.
Just tell her not to go in that fucking hallway. Oh, it's the blaster dude.
Bitch!
I hate her. I don't think you can give her a tragic enough backstory for me to feel bad for her.
Yeah, so the perp that just ran by was lightning struck. This is now the second time that you let him get away.
No shit. That's crazy.
She's getting kicked, chat. She's getting kicked. Funny though? No, it's not. It's irritating. she's insufferable with no redeemable character traits currently.
Going, I cut the whole damn team. You need a reset, Robbie.
All Z team back to base and in the conference room in 20 minutes.
That was awful. Yeah, no fucking shit. Beast form. Listen, if he wasn't seemingly scamming to get his drugs or something, hold on, we're gonna pause here. Because we have less than a minute, and I want to save the conference for after the commercial break. Is the bitch to not fail? Did I not fail it? Or did I just... Where's this suit? It sounded like he put on the suit. I'm pretty sure. But let me give y'all the music. We'll put the game on again and y'all can figure out more of how it works. Because I desperately gotta go. And I'll see y'all in a couple minutes. Ad break's gonna start in about 20 seconds and we'll have 3 minutes from there. Good luck, kids. Meow. All right, buckos, what did I miss? What happens? Anybody dying? For the lady of the dark. Anyway, my neck's probably gonna be broken again. Let's see. Oh, no, I'm good. The reset did work this time. Excellent. Excellent. Anyway, normal sized. All right. Are we good? Is everybody all right? Oh, game over. Sticker card incomplete. No! Too much HP to die from these mobs except the polymage. Screw the pot. That polymage. That's Zordain. All right, let's go ahead. We got 15 seconds. We'll go ahead and put it away. Not a fan, Sunstar. I think it's a little quick. I think we'll probably wait to see if they update this one in the future. But I just wanted to see it because it marked it as new. The polymage. That's you, Ordain, isn't it? Aren't you the polymage? Hold on. I'm going to do another. There we go. That's a little bit better. All right. Put that away. Put the music away. Welcome back from the ad break, y'all. All right. I'm going to tear into these motherfuckers. Y'all are insufferable, dude.
Anyone else think this is a waste of time?
Shut the fuck up, Sonar.
Try to be somewhere else.
I had 1,000 better things to do. There is so much
I was about to hit the gym to give Teresa the suit.
Jesus Christ.
Can everybody take a seat so we can get started?
Oh yeah, she is definitely taller than Lean Beef Patty. I'm pretty sure I'm taller than Lean Beef Patty IRL, if I remember right.
Motherfucker got the power of life.
Bobby boy, watch where you're going at.
Listen, y'all are making fun of me, but that was an accident. Golem's just a big dude. Oh, I did not think that's what he meant by give him the chair.
You're big, but you need to be considerate of the people around you. Have a seat.
I'll sit on the floor.
Suit yourself.
I honestly kind of wanted him to pull the chair back and actually...
Oh, I offered him a seat.
So we getting this party started?
Oh boy, here we go.
Let's go. Come on. Fucking wasting my time. Let's go.
Okay. As you know, by the end of today, one of you will be cut from the Z team.
This is bullshit.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna be you, don't worry.
Cut me from a job I didn't want in the first place.
Miss Blazer, maybe if you gave us a dispatcher who knew what they were doing.
We do know what we're doing. You're just brain dead fucking bitch. Shut up, pop star.
You can talk to me.
I wasn't talking to you, bitch. Which weak-ass superhero team did you come from? Fucking Geek Squad?
Doesn't matter where I'm from, Cardi C. What matters is I'm here
Cardi
to
C.
figure out this case and he goes.
Yeah, chill out.
That's better than mine.
Let the man talk.
You talking shit, you hipster
You can't
motherfucker?
cut him.
Over here looking like Mumford fucked all his sons.
That was funny.
Go ahead. I've already seen the prequel comic. That knife can't cut him.
You won't have your tiny inbred balls left to bust.
Ask next time, or there won't be a next time.
Don't threaten me, you butter knife bitch.
Okay, I'll make this quick.
I don't like you either.
Most people will look
Called her
around this
Mickey
room
Mirage?
and
That's a
see
good
bunch of
one.
Villains. Not even the super kind, just plain ass, run-of-the-mill, vanilla fucking villains. But that's
Do you understand?
Because lucky for you, I'm not most people. When I look around this room, what I see is...
Potential. I was about to say that before I even saw the options.
There in the end.
Unfortunately for you, it's a curse. Because there isn't a thing in the universe that goes more wasted than...
I'm probably going to keep Sonar. I'm not going to lie.
How common it is, no one seems to forget. It's what they whisper when you leave the room. Oh, so-and-so had so much potential. It follows you forever.
Can we
I'm
also get
here to
Flambe a
help
shave instead of keeping the 5 o'clock shadow? He's either going to grow a beard or we're going to shave it. There's no in between, Flambe. You look like a douche.
You're all part of the Phoenix program. Any of you know what a Phoenix is?
Ooh,
Yeah, it's Aaron Paul.
Yeah, the sweltering ballsack of America.
Nah, if Florida's the dick, then Louisiana's gotta be the ball sack.
That's correct. Louisiana is in fact the ball stack of
Phoenix,
America.
Sorry. According to legend, is a beautiful bird of
Which
prey
means
that
Hurricane
soars
Katrina, as well as the
higher
swamp
in
outside,
mortality
is in
should
fact
sun
the
god
swamp ass of
interject a
America.
spark on its nest to set it ablaze, burning it to shit.
Hi, beef.
But instead of dying, the Phoenix emerged from ash, reborn. All of you in this room are Phoenixes, and it's obvious what that means. But for you dumb ones, I'll spell it out. The Phoenix symbolizes redemption. It's what you're here for. It's what connects everyone in this room. To burn up who you were, to become who you were meant to be.
Phoenix is also a lame-ass band my lame-ass roommate listens to.
Nobody
You're
fucking
late.
asked Invisa, bitch. Shut your fucking
I was
trap.
here the whole time.
Jesus.
Invisible genius, remember?
Great.
Full body
You know
V-cut, he's
cutting
trying to look like a
someone
douche?
new this
Correct.
Hot Topic sale are at the bottom of the leaderboards. Have a
Again,
better sense of
tomboy. She is not goth. I don't fucking see it, and I don't know why people keep calling her a goth baddie.
Be working the roulette wheel.
That's a croupier.
Even Malevola is more goth than she is.
You're a degenerate gambler.
Another Twinkie. God, Twinkies are disturbingly gross. We get another shift?
Great speech back there, Robert.
Thanks.
All right, everyone, you heard the man. Get out there and do some stellar dispatching. You got this.
If I found out you trip each other, both of you are going on the fucking bench.
My client
client requires protection.
My client.
I remember this man, and he's right to be paranoid.
Okay.
Secret police hired me 3 years ago to kill him. He pissed off the wrong dictator, who shall remain nameless.
International dictators? What? Fuck. We're either sending Golem or... You know what? We're sending Punch Up. Go get him, champ.
I haven't walloped anything all damn day.
Huh, tater? Tater. Potatoes. Ooh. Oh. What are those? What are those lights?
Hey, busy. I just got Robert's joke.
Oh, is it nighttime? Is that what that's supposed to be?
Offered me a seat. I just got it. That's funny.
Bro, that was like 3 hours ago.
Oh, come on. I'm so upset.
Shake it off. Shake it off.
Failed to call with 70% success. Fuck off, Septiceye.
Some bitch just cut me in line at the Utopia concert.
The
I've
who?
been here for 12 fucking hours.
Utopia's
All right.
the heck.
I like her.
You basic, fat bitch. You've got super hearing and you use it to listen to a girl who knows 4 chords and can't write a song to save her life.
Damn.
Say what you want. It's catchy.
Unbelievable.
Definitely not sending her. You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, we'll send Sonar. Glorious Jack Septiceye. I know. I like Punch Up. We're keeping Punch Up. Thing is though, is I think there's only a fixed number of people you can remove.
But I had like a really big techno.
Oh god, what happened?
Dang.
Oh, Prisoner Coop.
Anything good you'd recommend?
Depends. Do you like the sensation of your ears bleeding?
Give her a fight.
I'm good.
All right, all for me.
Anybody who pulls the knife on you when they're the one in the wrong is a fucking moron. And if you need a knife to get your way in any like daily event or something, you're kind of pathetic, I'm not gonna lie. Oh god, the Colt's back. Oh man, we could not send Malevola for this one. Told him disperse. So we need charisma. Alright, Coop.
Graceful, but deadly.
Need a little more intelligence in there. Fuck it.
Wanna dance?
Fuck it. Yep, there would have been the Malevola option. That's what I figured. Definitely a cult for actively recruiting. What's the best approach? I don't think we're smart enough. I think we're just going to destroy their literature. Yeah.
I'm confused. I thought that would be more difficult.
All right, so we need to get some more. Actually, we're gonna try and get some more stuff in on her. That's fine. Slow night though. I just jinxed it. I know I did. Piercing dark piercing plus dark hair equals goth, I guess. That's way too simple.
Fight Club.
I heard the Wilhelm.
But they need to go.
There's been fighting tourneys ever since the first chimp made a fist. You're crazy if you think you can shut this down.
Well, good thing you're going in there, champ. In fact, all 3 of you motherfuckers are going in there. Go get them.
Whatever you say, boss.
It's gonna be the first time we level up Flambe, by the way.
My client requires protection at lunch with the governor of California.
But he's still alive. Are you going soft on us, Coop?
Please. They couldn't pay. So, I canceled the job. No cash, no kill. So far, SDN's always paid on time and in full, so...
You know what? Hold on. Let's do a little bit of resting, and then we're gonna send Coop and Golem, I think.
I thought they didn't let us kill people around here.
As they see fit. Swift as the night. Sharp as my knife.
I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Send Jackie boy. We always send Jackie Boy. Jesus. Oh, hey, double level ups. Nice. Oh, yeah, we have never leveled him up. Okay, so... Not great. Let's make you a little more charismatic, bud. You're kind of cringy. And then... Let's give you... Actually, no. Let's perk you up. Okay. I know these builds are probably stupid as shit. But I always have a problem for jack of all trading characters. Nice. Another level up. Let's... Make you a little bit smarter. Damn near always my MVP every time I send him out.
Word on the street is the tourney just relocated.
I mean, maybe.
I'm on it.
Oh, what? Oh, she's going to scout the tournament? It's been like 3 hours.
I've learned from my sources that the next tournament will be held at the refinery in 1 hour.
But, wait. Fight in the tournament? Shut down the tournament. Shut down the tournament. Leave Torrance permanently. If that doesn't work, forcibly shut it down. Try not to destroy the refinery in the process. Let's do this. Who has... We're gonna do this.
Call me a BOGO bitch.
Huh?
Narcan killed.
Send in the double punch-ups.
Piece of shit.
Hero training.
Fly. Well, officially. Legally.
Oh.
Your flight-capable heroes need a flight license.
Wait, he can fly? You're sending sonar, dude.
Cool.
Wait, he's
Maybe
been
SDN
flying
can
this
be
whole
bragged.
time.
Maybe this whole leaderboard thing goes away.
No, no, we could not.
Doubtful. But how do you think they feel about menacing threats?
No.
Desperate fucks.
No. Oh, hold on, I got a better one. Where is it?
I'm stacking mad subs today, baby.
Splendid. Splendid. Thank you, Sonar. Transform Sonar flies to call locations. Greatly reduce. Oh, okay, that's why he's been walking. Oh, we can also carry heroes. Nice. Okay, that's great, actually.
My client requires protection at the Torrance Pier.
Oh, my client. Protect and fend off. Okay, Coop.
Close your eyes.
I'm just gonna keep sending the same people, dude.
There's a difference between a chop, a dice, and a mince. Hold out your hand. Let me show you.
Shut up. Stop threatening people.
And if SDN disagrees with me, they're more than welcome to come on. Lindsay, send our address.
This is a bad combination, but I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, there's a special place in hell for the Bone Zone. Literally. And it's not what you think. Or...
Oh, what happened?
Maybe it is.
Eyes on the Assassin. Looks like the Red Ring. You know what? Yeah, disarm the Assassin. Well, I like the character-specific ones.
Coop knows a lot of people.
Indeed.
Easy peasy, baby.
And I can assure you he's a terrible assassin. And I, as it turns out, am an incredible bodyguard.
Oh, more hero training.
Flambe. About your position at the top of the leaderboard.
Don't be jealous.
I took a little peek at your file. Apparently you've contained more fires than anyone else on the team.
I'm like a psychic, man. I can sense where they're going to be
Hold on a
before they
second.
happen.
Listen, there's a lot of potential here for
Did
a
we-
good housing insurance scheme. You just need a middleman. I could be your guy.
When do we get these other passives? Wait.
You know, if I'm ever in the market
Wait, she doesn't
for
have
a
any of her
rapid
passives.
I know where to find you.
Oh, interesting. Increase success chance when sent together. Oh. Huh. Interesting. That's good to know. Okay, so there's going to be events and stuff that we have that get those abilities. Who needs extra hero training? I'll give him some free time right now. Ooh, punch up. Go get him, champ.
struck spot.
Oh shit.
Street.
Oh shit. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Hold on, this is actually pretty good. We're gonna multiply sonar.
Make that latte to go.
I already tangled with this dickwad once. Send someone else.
Oh, you're the fucking worst. Busy, busy, busy. Returning. Okay, hold on. Okay. I'll take Golem. Again, sonar. Oh, Punch Up was already back. I should have done Punch Up. That's fine. That's a good loadout, baby.
Visigal couldn't get this guy. I'm not feeling super
Oh, we get to
confident,
pick.
honestly.
Ooh. Hold less than 4 slots. Punch Up creates a slot. Oh, oh. Oh. I like that. I do like that. Ooh. Don't fuck it up. Don't fuck it up.
I reckon that's done.
Nice. Another level up from Malevola. We need to get her some higher stats. You know what, weirdly enough, I want her to be intelligent. Because if we keep sending her and Sonar on like the charisma intelligence bandwagon, I think that'll work. Oh, we gotta... Ooh. Come on. Come on, Punch Up.
Help! I'm at the Torrance Bank and there's these guys with masks and guns.
Okay, no, actually, this is fine. Oh. Seriously?
Swift as the knife, sharp as my knife.
God, you're insufferable. She just said no.
I'll do it.
Have I pissed her off to the point now where she won't even do her job? So who did you romance? We're not romancing anybody. Ooh. You know what? Yeah, we'll do the trap. Nice. Okay. Left. Okay. They were all lefts. Jesus Peter Christ. Down. Left. Or sorry, down right. Down right down. Right. Up, down, right, up, right, down, shit, down, right, no. Okay. Good lord, maybe this was a mistake. Whew! Not a fan of Blazer? I don't want to romance her.
Looking sharp.
Let's get that higher mobility. Fair. I just don't care for romance in this game. I feel like Robert's main goal would be to get his fucking machine working.
I know I was in my bag on that one.
Hell yeah, dude. Let's get you some more combat. And you... Let's do this.
Huh. Pretty breathtaking work back there.
Not too shabby.
Where the fuck are you going so fast?
This shit is weird. It's like we're working.
Oh, what the shit?
What's the word?
Oh, that was the level up. I did rank up.
Uh-huh. Baby, that's got a name.
Hacking health, random points.
teamwork.
Okay.
Isn't that like a sex thing?
What type of sex thing would that be?
It's not really safe for work, you know. I'll text it to you. One sec.
When have you been ever safe for work?
That's some fucking teamwork, all right?
Malevola. Oh. Oh, that was weird.
Visigoth, where are you going?
Great. Smoking in the park? Really? Okay. Everyone ex Robert, not possible in game, but called it HR
I'm
violation.
making it easy for you.
Fuck that.
You're quitting. You're not making it easy for me. You're making it easy for you.
Yes.
You don't get it. Some people are born to be heroes. I'm not one of them.
You haven't even
This wasn't
tried.
meant to be.
Meant to be? What are you talking about?
Blazer, Phenomenon, they have hero powers.
Do you really think invisibility is not a hero power?
Flying through the sky. Nothing to hide.
What's your point?
I have fucking villain powers.
Invisibility is not a villain power.
Skulk in the shadows. My powers let me
Skulking
steal
in the
shit
shadows
and
is
watch
not
famous
inherently a
people
villain
fuck.
thing.
Being a villain is my fate. It's in the fucking stars. In the same way that blonde Blazer was always meant
Fate
to
is
be a
bullshit.
There's no such thing as fate. It's bullshit. It's just something we cling to because we think we're the main character of life. We're not.
Or a bunch of flesh blobs with depression on a floating rock.
And then there's Golem.
Is that supposed to be comforting?
Yeah, because no one's paying attention if you want to switch things up.
Also correct.
You've already been a hero, okay?
She did
You
get
have
hit
no
with those
idea
bad
what
guy
I'm feeling.
powers, but there's
Oh,
worse
get
guy
outta here.
powers.
At least you were born with powers.
Also true.
I don't have shit. So according to your dumbass theory, I should be an accountant.
You aren't far off.
Fate, destiny, not having powers, seasonal depression, none of these things kept me.
Being a hero before. And they won't keep me from being a
Smoking while
hero
having
again.
asthma is definitely a choice. It's a dumb choice. Uh-oh. Jewelers.
Oh,
There's
my
our
God.
boy.
You want to talk about fate?
That lightning-struck fuck that's been on a spree is 2 blocks from your location. Maybe it's third time's the charm.
He's really do
Told
just
you.
be.
I'm out.
You really want to let this idiot get one over on you a third time?
What makes you think it'd be any different?
Get one on the road.
Visigoth, just get one for the road. You're still on the clock. Fuck this guy up. Walk out with your head held high. Finish in style.
Finished by getting zapped so hard I pissed my pants? That style?
I promise I won't tell anyone if you piss your pants, no matter the reason.
I'm still trying to figure out what the lights mean on the headset. Because before, when he was talking only to a single person, it was the like blue 2-person icon at the top of the headset. But this one's like red
do
with
it.
like a global thing.
Fucking give that kid a cigarette.
He's the one I bummed it from. What's the address?
Shut the fuck up!
Oh. Oh, he's got a team now. What the fuck?
You ain't worried about a hero crashing the party?
Load that up.
Seriously? Are you sure, dude?
Where's your boy? Shit.
You got company. I mean, I figured he was part of it, considering the red rings.
Donut girl. You sure you want to do this again?
Who the fuck just fires off at nothing, dude?
Invisigoth, are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just help me find this fucker.
Got him. He's at your 5 o'clock.
It's not fair that you can see me, but I can't see you.
Buddy, you're the one with the laser blaster.
I'm flying blind here. I can't see anything. Great. Give me a second to tap into this.
Oh god, another hacking time?
All right. A little more tricky.
Oh, this is not good.
Take your time.
I need quiet.
That's what I figured.
Fuck.
What? What is it?
Antivirus. There you are.
Okay. So that's our first introduction to an antivirus thing.
Got it. I can see again.
That makes one of us. So where the hell is he?
I mean, she'd be pretty good with like, what's the word? Like a garrote or something?
I can't
Chain,
see him
maybe?
from this camera. Let me try get another one online.
Oh, I gotta do it again. Uh-oh. Okay, I have an idea. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. That's what I figured it was gonna be. Okay, it doesn't change. Oh, it does change directions. Woo! Cut it off. Okay, that's an interesting thing that can happen. I like that. A few different options with the simple garrote wood. Instead of one that actually, like, cuts somebody's throat. Probably more of something that could be used to, like, strangle them out.
That wasn't so hard, was it?
He's heading your way.
Oh, good lord, it's the same interface. Master. Oh, blind him. Oh, god damn it. Oh. Okay, I see. Come on, bud.
Oh. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Ah!
Okay. Chain might be a bit noisy. True.
Got it. On the count of 3, I'm going to
honestly probably just some kind of like rope
lights, which should temporarily
would work.
blind him.
Giving you a chance to take him out.
1.
Hell, even a lasso wouldn't be too unuseful.
3.
Not the pearls! Also, the way that that pearl necklace is stretched, it is no way is that strong. A bullwhip? No. Too unpractical.
Fuck, no, let me try that again.
Too impractical. Unpractical. Impractical. There we go. That's the word.
Lights out, Thundercuck.
That's the one. Would have been better if you said it first.
Right, because lightning, thunder, struck, cookbook, so close.
Okay, that was kind of cute.
Hey, Bengal boy! More like Bengal bitch! Or bitch boy! Hey, Bengal bitch boy, fuck you!
Fucking Jack.
Why are those assholes not being assholes?
Isn't this what you were going for?
Yeah, but I didn't think it would work. I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
This one keeps the comm line one-on-one.
I was right, so the lights were relevant, so he was on Universal.
And this one goes out to the entire branch.
Fuck.
Good job. Yeah, you got off light. One dispatcher broadcast the details of his botched circumcision. HR nightmare. Did you mean all
what?
That? Really think she has a shot? All that stuff about fate sounded good, but I don't know if you were just saying what you
everyone has a shot.
To hear.
Yeah, everyone has a shot. People are who they choose to be. If Invisigal
just walk to a cubicle like it's NBD.
She has to commit. It's too
not a cubicle. He's in a holding room.
It's a steep learning curve.
Did the cops not come like meet her at the jewelry store? Is that not part of the process here?
Yeah, that was great.
This mission was textbook.
Genuinely, dude, I'm really happy for you.
So, it's between Sonar and Coop.
What? That's not no. Invisigal's still at the bottom of the board.
Oh, the one in the bullpen? That thing updates every hour. Invisigal moved up. Catching lightning struck really gave her a huge boost.
Wait, were they tied?
Really?
The donut shop escape, slipping past Malevola, now the jewelry store, really bumped up the wanted levels.
It's like missing the free throw on purpose to get the putback.
Yeah,
oh my god.
Exactly. I don't watch football, but I get
that was basketball.
Look, I know I'm not supposed to play favorites here, but
okay.
Even if she was on the bottom, I'm not sure I'd have let you cut her.
That is a good thing she's not.
Yeah. So, these two.
What the fuck? The game was rigged from the start. The two that I've been using most of the time.
Sonar or Coop. It's your call.
Oh my god. Seriously? I think I have to get rid of Coop. I've been investing so much into Sonar. Yeah, that's also true.
I support it all the way.
Is this the one that we're kicking, or is this the one? Fuck, I don't want to click the wrong thing. Also, hold on a second. I accidentally clicked the profile button on my mouse, so my sensitivity was really high. Cut option? Okay. We're gonna cut Coop, because she's just right now not as good as Sonar.
Coop, if I'm honest, she still feels a little...
Evil?
Yeah.
That's too bad. All right, I'll get started on the paperwork.
I'll let her know. Feels
I mean, they
important.
behaved today. I would have rather been able to keep everyone.
Robert. Great work today.
Speaking of broadcasting unpleasant cuttings, shut up.
Coop, I'm sure you already know why I've asked you here.
You would be mistaken.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm letting you go. You're at the bottom of the leaderboards. I guess all
the
those
face, the
penalties
sneer.
for, cutting people added up. I'm sorry.
But I cheered for Invisigal.
You did. I saw that. That was cool of you.
I only did that because I thought she was being cut.
Oh, that makes sense. A lot of sense, actually. Yeah, well, she snuck past you with the last dispatch. That's, wow, look at
okay.
That. It's very menacing. Well,
still don't care. Oh, come on. I'm sorry. But Sonar just popping up, because I feel like he was definitely eavesdropping, right? The cut Sonar scene is funnier. What does he do? Yeah, it did say Sonar will remember that. He just peeks up way at the back of the fucking cubicles. Again, though, if I remember correctly... Oh, no, I don't want to say spoilers just in case there's people watching that have never seen this game. Because one of the things that happens when you cut people is one of the spoilers that I know. Collect a knife.
You accessorizing?
You could call it that.
Where'd you get that?
She threw it at me.
She left a souvenir for me after I cut her.
She threatening you, Robert.
I know. Trying to put a positive spin on it.
I don't give a
Check
shit.
it out. I've been doing some accessorizing myself.
What are you doing? Do you make a bed for the pup? I knew it!
Spoiling him.
Nonsense. Talking about.
You ready to go home, bud?
You spoiled him. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, she's still afraid of getting cut. Barely. 1 point above.
I still would have cut you.
Well, no one fucking asked you, old man.
Lucky fucking for you.
Thanks.
I'm still not going to romance you. Genuinely, though, can I just go through the game without romancing anyone? What time is it? I want to keep going. It's 3:30. We can keep going. We got time, baby. I'm enjoying this game. You can? Good, because we're not romancing anyone. I just wasn't sure. 63% of people cut Coop. That's hilarious. 77 through the chair? I feel like that's because so many of us thought that it was going to be like actually being nice and giving him, like, pulling out the seat. She's fine. I don't give a shit. I'm still not going to romance her. Congratulations. She's a good person. I don't want to fuck her. Catch you in a bit, Neuro. Thank you for hanging out. 99% of players helped Invisigal against Lightning Struck. So that means there's an option not to help her. Interesting. You're the 1%? I'm not surprised, Rotain. You are a contrarian. 64% pick the Phoenixes? That's crazy for a 3-option moment. Damn. Hero with sabotage, you've helped him escape with no injuries 3 times. Okay. You and 36% of players decided to shut down the fighting tournament. 88% of players carefully protected Victor from his enemies. Okay. Hell yeah, that's our boy! Activated hero powers 32 times. Goddamn. Goddamn. Oh, it's just fucking up on the hacking? Okay, I gotcha. I don't say you have to fuck her, but she's cool. She's fine. She's tolerable. What do we do? I don't know what to do. I don't like this. Okay, I'm really glad I added the sensors. I did not know this was a scene in this game. I didn't want an intimate scene like this. Flickering in and out because she's gasping for breath. Where did you come from? You were not there before. Shut the fuck up!
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't bread over every egg.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Yeah, I don't care. It's not happening. They couldn't get them in? Crazy. I can thoroughly say I don't think I've ever worked a job where I've wanted to fuck any of the coworkers, nor have I worked at a place where I've worked with a person that is attractive enough to want to fuck. Foxes!
Enjoy the show.
Foxes, how was your stream? Oh, you were playing Dispatch 2. Holy shit. Did you have a good time? How far in are you? We only just got to episode 4. How are you doing? How was your stream? Did y'all have a good time? TV made it seem like it was more of a thing than it is. TV. What do you mean? Just finished episode 4? Yeah, we're probably going to finish episode 4 today, and this will be the last one, just because I don't think I'm going to have enough time for more episodes. Oh, it's episode 3? Okay, that makes sense. So you just finished helping in Visigow. We're in the same place, so welcome over. Because now you get to see the continued progression. Who did you end up cutting? Did you keep Sonar or did you keep Coop? We ended up cutting Coop just because we invested a little too much in Sonar, and he's like our only flyer right now. Did you cut Moist Critical? Yep, we cut Sonar. Honestly, if I had not given him our flight license and had been playing him a whole bunch, and the fact that he pairs with Malevola, I would have cut him. But when I found out that he pairs with Malevola, I was like, fuck, we're gonna keep him. Television made it seem like coworker romance that's lessening was more common than it's been in my life. Correct. Because people want romance in their stories. That's why romance is shoehorned into this game and why there's options for romance. I don't give a shit about romance. So be lurking. Ooh, well, thank you. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Out here cutting people, get the knives. I gave Flambe the license. I mean, that makes sense. I think Flambe can also get cut at some point. I think. But we just started the next chapter, so the only thing you missed was the sex scene. Why is it? I'm pretty sure that was porn. Time to cut the wives? I like my wives. Okay. Look how serious Punch Up is.
They used to date. Yeah, my last girlfriend.
Well, yeah, I've read the prequel comic on this. They are you sure you want to call that dating? She tried to kill him.
Watch out for that salty little nutcracking motherfucker. The problem with only cutting one of them is now
Oh my
you
god,
gotta
it's
deal with
canon.
a pissy friend
Where the fuck do you come
poisoning the rest
from?
of the team.
It's harmless.
Come on, Chase. It's harmless. Who doesn't love an office prank?
Me, motherfucker. Don't even think about it. That's why I would have cut them all. Starting with that asshole.
Oh, and he's gone. Okay, gone like the wind.
Why's she staring at you? Don't you got some work to do?
Don't you got some dementia to onset?
That one stung a little.
I was gonna say that would hurt. Wishing dementia on someone is something you should never do.
You should think about who you'd want.
One of them is the poster boy of SDN, and the other guy pukes water. What am I missing?
He's only in one lane, guys.
Shit, he looks rough.
Oh, at least he's got projectiles.
Sorry.
Hey, I was watching that.
Oh, sorry.
Why is he doing the walk on the highway?
There's no wrong answer.
Well, sometimes it's more about the person than the powers. And good thing, because it's the only reason anyone.
Why
gave
did
me
we
a
cut
sorry-ass
Coop
job.
if we just have the next option to add someone else to the team? First bit being electronic safe is... I can't tell what that was. Was that a butt?
Protopulse test 7.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't...
Good out there?
Oh, do I take water point? Hi, Zombie Gelatin. How are you doing?
Oh, we good. All you, Mecha Man.
I'm sorry. Where did we get the thing? The little spiral thing that we just used to turn it on. We lost the last one. Did he make one? Did he make like an equivalent?
System power.
Crazy.
Simple locomotion.
Okay.
Complex locomotion.
Levels are stable.
The voice modulation.
This is it.
This is Shadowbox. Oh, the hell?
In the super duper heavyweight division, the Mecha Man.
And the crowd goes wild.
Power down? Oh, there it is. There's all the errors. What kind of power supply is it, though?
Protopulse test 7.
7? Goddamn.
No worries. We'll get there.
That's just sparks. You're fine.
Royd, what is all this stuff?
Whole network expect me to process all the confiscated stuff. Cause we the bottom branch for SDN and we catch
Oh, is
all
he
kinds of
is he
shit,
taking
word.
apart like the weapons and stuff? Where did you fucking goddamn it?
Did you just give me an up down?
Take one bad guy stuff and use them for catch the other bad guy. Only good thing, a lot of upgrade possibilities.
You ever jerk off in this thing?
You low, Vizzy.
I mean, obviously you have, right?
All the
You should
time.
really be asking
All the
how
time.
often.
Yeah, come on. I gotta work on this.
All the time, actually.
Bro.
I like to bust after every big bust, you know.
It was the bro for me. Oh my god. But checks are important for your health. Are they? Well, he did miss a step on that, and then I listen. I'm just respecting the bro.
There's our man. There's our man. There's our boy.
Okay. Okay, y'all better not clip that. I wheezed a little too hard on a couple of those.
Successful, so you can imagine.
Sounds like loads of fun.
This too disturbed Royd? Please do not.
You two got one weird energy going on, huh?
I don't like it either. Can we knock it
Can
off?
you handle this HR violation some other place? I got work, yeah?
Robert was just leaving.
I can do this all day.
That's gonna be tough, because Blazer sent me to get you like half an hour ago.
Will you please stop doing the flirt voice? Does that mean she was up-downing him for half an hour? Not continuing a dono goal?
Shit, Blazer. Sorry. You know what? I can come back.
Oh, no, don't worry. I got this thing tonight, and they were supposed to send the dress yesterday. This isn't why you're here, but can you set me up? It's,
I gotta Steve watch this thing.
Make me wear it, and it's back in the
That
bag
thing is,
by
I said it as a joke. I didn't mean that he like actually jerked off in it.
What's that?
What's happening today? The thing you're going to.
SDN sponsoring a dinner gala thing.
Oh God,
Radiant
galas
valor,
for money
light of
raising.
triumph.
Time
Why
to
does that sound like
schmooze.
a propaganda rally? There.
Thank you. Yeah, it does kind of sound like some sort of fascist-themed prom. What do you think?
True. Would be good.
They were making all.
Hold on, I'm taking in a minute. Not because this clip that nymph, but just shut the fuck up.
Operations all morning.
No cause for alarm, but a little bit of your areola is out. It's like a slight hue shift.
Oh, I don't think I've heard someone say areola out loud before.
It doesn't come up.
It's not a term that you use that often.
All right, for real now.
This is Dispatch,
How do I
Impy.
look? The breakup story is out, so I might be getting more attention than I'm comfortable with.
I think
Tucked
you
in.
look incredible.
Thanks. I was.
You can
supposed to be
say
going
nice
with
things to
him,
people and it be
but
platonic.
I don't think he's going to be making it. The downtown branch dropped him. Indefinite suspension.
Oh, because of how sad he
I
was?
don't have a car.
That's gonna be a weird insurance claim.
I'd like for you to talk to him.
Me? Why me?
You're the pep talk guy. You've been through a transition recently yourself. I think he could use some perspective.
Like,
How long were they
perspective to join
dating
this
for him
evening?
to be this depressed over it?
Chase mentioned it.
Yeah, the only candidates that make
With the
sense
sheer
are him
lunacy?
and Waterboy.
It's supposed to be like an adult,
It's close.
world building
Mostly,
kind of
I'd
thing.
like you to get him out of the
So it
parking lot.
kind of makes sense that there's at least
and
like
tell him to stop with the edible arrangements. He keeps sending them, but with all melon.
That's
Gross.
disgusting.
Gross.
I'll see what I can do.
Listen, edible arrangements are fucking awesome, but when the entire thing is melon or like cantaloupe, you might as well just kill me, dude. I ain't eating it.
Man.
I'll eat like a couple of the flowers.
How you doing, bud?
I have been better, Robert Robertson. The blonde blazer and I have ended our relationship.
Yeah, I heard about that. I'm sorry for your, your
And like
loss.
strawberries? Hell, fuck yeah, I love strawberries, baby.
One moment we were savoring uni straight from the urchin. Next moment, I'm contemplating flying into the sun, absorbing all its energy and casting this planet into infinite darkness. So
Do you
that I
get your
never have
powers
to
from the
see
sun
her
like
or
Superman?
anyone else ever again. Maybe then I would be free of the
Can you
torment
even
in
do
my
that?
soul.
Do you absorb
And
power
maybe
from the
then
sun?
I could quiet my mind to these
I've had those days.
thoughts.
I've been there. Last time I went through a breakup, I drank mezcal till I blacked out. When I came to, I was in a dark void surrounded by the smell of rot, and I was convinced I'd died and turned into a zombie. Turns
You think he
out
knows
I
what a
passed
zombie
out
is?
at a urinal and somebody threw me in a dumpster.
Thank you for sharing that. You are sad enough to understand. Do you think there is someone else? Perhaps another lover could be the cause of all this. Maybe
Sorry,
she meant
bud.
a person. An
I
actual
don't think so,
person.
dude.
I am not a person. I just resemble one anatomically.
Look, I don't think there is, but even if there was,
Wait, what's
wouldn't
that
just
mean?
make you feel worse?
I prefer when problems have solutions.
What do you mean
That's
you're
the
not a
thing,
person?
man.
Wait,
Phenomenon.
you crashed on? That's hilarious.
Her feelings aren't a problem for you to solve.
But also, of course, he
Blazer
drives the
makes her own
fucking
decisions 'cause
20-year-old
that's what
race
people do.
car.
She's her own person, and she decided she doesn't want to be with you.
Perhaps the fact that I am not a person is contributing to my confusion.
Yeah,
It
listen,
sounds it's
you know
just
what, while
straight
we're
up
at it,
Travis.
no more
It's
edible
so just straight up
arrangements.
Travis.
They're just stinking up the break room.
It seems I have much to learn about people. Thank you. You've given me a great deal to think about.
You need to go get some
Anytime.
rest, bud.
Well, actually, no, not anytime. Just sometimes, occasionally, barely any.
It seems the velocity with which I sat up has shot shards of glass into your chest.
Well, shit.
I figured he was basically Superman. He's so repeatedly autistic. Oh, he's extremely autistic.
Where's the shootout?
Parking lot. Didn't think taking a desk job would have me bleeding this often.
Why are you in the dude's room?
What are you doing here?
I had a dream last night that we were fucking. Usually I don't remember my dreams, but this one was pretty vivid.
Oh shit, we're just gonna go with my dick
the
thing.
one where I have a big dick in it?
Yeah, actually, you did.
I have that one too. So this is why you've been acting
I love
so
this game.
weird all day.
I'm doing that.
I'm
thing
so
where I
sad I
imagine
waited so long to
being
play it.
someone,
I've
you
had
know?
it for like 2
See
weeks.
How it feels, how it looks. You know, like trying on a dress.
You were there.
I could have been.
He's not. He's basically Starfire. You're right.
Anywhere.
He is basically just Starfire.
And you chose to be here.
Oh, sorry. I tried not to. I tried not to do that.
Don't worry about it, water boy.
The sound.
Bathrooms are for shitting after your first coffee and picking shrapnel out of your chest. Not for whatever this is.
No viscous discharges down the drain.
I know. My apologies.
I'm gonna guess part of his superpower is that that man does not have solid shits. That he always has diarrhea because of the water content. How many pieces of ham did you have in there?
You're a menace.
He is the menace, but he's our menace. Oh, also, hold on a second. I need to fix the tracking really quick. It doesn't feel like it's, there we go. That's a little bit better. That's a little bit better. Everything Waterboy touches is wet, including TP. Oh, I hate that. Torrance. Oh man, we're down one.
It's weird that Coop's gone.
Glad you made the cut though, dude. Imagine if it was Coop and Vizzy together.
I imagine Coop and Vizzy all the time.
What?
I'll
What?
get this stuff out of the dorm, yeah? You guys do that kind of stuff, right?
Go get him, champ.
Someone need a bait?
Go get him,
I've been
champ.
hearing a lot about some guy named Chad. I think he's trying to
Push-ups. Oh man.
Wasn't
All right, hold on. We're gonna do these push-ups. And then I'm gonna have to reset the tracking when I stand up again. Just to get it out of the way. Oh wait, no, the ad break starts in 3 minutes. Never mind, we'll do it during the ad break. Never mind, we're fine. We're fine.
They're a cult of Chad?
Chad? Yeah.
Built-in bidet, does he need to wipe? Oh my god, I hate that you told me that. Join the cult, send Malevola. Yeah, we're gonna send Malevola.
Churches, I could snoop around. Yeah.
Perfect fit, we'll get extra experience. Church of Chad to investigate. Do we just send her? Do we send somebody else with her? You know what? We'll send Golem.
Oh my god, hello? Is this SDN? I was driving along the coast and this guy in front of me just drove right off the side into the water.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. There we go.
Fit you in.
That's what we're
I've got
doing.
some buddies who live under a bridge up this way. And before you ask, yes, they're bats.
And yes, they're bats. Okay. Turn pieces of the football game using your fist to remove the trouble. Oh, actually, this is not a bad combination, I don't think.
Robert, do you have eyes on my stapler? I think I left it at your desk.
Nope, I don't see it.
I feel like you didn't look.
I did. It took like 2 seconds.
Ooh, I
didn't
did
see
a
it.
bad combination.
Yeah, still don't see it.
You're supposed to be
dude.
strong.
Why do you need it? You're in the field.
I just want to make sure it's there. It's a very nice stapler.
Oh, Jesus, what happened? Ooh. I Investigate. Oh, their intelligence is not that high. Trick, we'll do trick. Charisma will work well for that, I'm sure. Okay, I was right.
And that's how we do it down under.
I'm sorry, are you Australian? We have nobody to send right now. Hold on a second. We do have a coffee. 3 people, 2 people. Okay, hold on. We're gonna rush him to the hospital. Wait, what? Oh, Jesus. Okay, isn't breathing. Oh, fuck. No, we don't have much vigor, and I don't know which one of these are. Kiss of life? I mean, both of these are technically supposed to be the same thing. Ooh. Okay, I was right. I was right.
If you can't drive a Ferrari, you shouldn't own a Ferrari.
We need to get you higher on some things. Combat.
Everybody should step back.
Okay. Ooh. Nope. Okay, we got it. We got it. That was close.
Very professional.
All right, here, we're gonna pause it here. Actually, I can't pause it. Let's go ahead and do these buff ups real quick. Let's raise your intelligence. Not intelligence, mobility. There we go. We're gonna give you more combat. Okay, now we can pause it. I'm going to give you all the game real quick, and I will be back in just a minute. Because I'm gonna go nibble on something. I know she's a demon, but it would be even funnier if she is straight up from Australia. Well, I don't think she's actually a demon. Isn't she, like, just demon physiology? Isn't that the thing? Start chaos? Okay, have fun, kids. I have not done the push-ups yet. Oh, hi. Whoa. Apparently. Jesus. Let me also reset. There we go. That's better. I went out to clean the bottle that I had next to me. And it is also food time for Coco, so I fed Coco. And then I pulled out one of my old meat pockets that was in the freezer and I reheated it. So I'm about to do the push-ups. Not the clip. Oh my god, beef. Gotta go fast. This thing is like the camera movements on this thing is extremely sensitive. Sunstar's locked in. Go get him, Sunstar. Go get him. All right. Let me push the chair back. Yeah, it's gonna freak out because I'm about to get like off camera and I'm gonna do the 10 push-ups that I owe you. All right, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Okily dokily. Bring this back. Adjust the chair. Reset the camera. Oh. Come on. There we go. Actually, there we go. That's better. All right. You can't get me? I'm not going to get you, Ganon. I'm not going to get you. I thought you only popped in and then left. Also, let me see how hot this meat pocket is. Oh, hot. Very hot. Very good. Chat saying she's gonna get me. I'm not gonna get Ganon. Ganon screaming to chat. She's gonna get me. Oh, I know that. I know Ganon is not ordained. I don't know. It wasn't quite hot enough to burn me, but it is very hot. But yeah, these are the ones that I made several weeks ago that I've had frozen in the freezer for a little bit. I'm probably going to be making more soon, TM. But I think the next ones I make are going to be pizza ones. I'm going to make high protein pizza pockets. Oh, and then I could butter the outside with like garlic butter and stuff. Ooh, I'm so smart. All right. You failed me for the last time, Sunstar. You failed me for the last time. Actually, it's acceptable. Never mind, carrying on.
Ready, set, fire.
Oh shit, that one's almost expired. A box of games with the note saying there's a bomb inside one of them. Oh, fuck.
Where the hell'd you go? Job's not finished. Dude, we need you to bring everything up to our new place.
Rolling out.
I don't... We have a coffee. I don't want to use it. We'll risk it for the biscuit.
The doctor used to be over here.
There we go.
Technically, he's a veterinarian, but I've got the physiognomy of a pygmy hippo, so we made a fine pair.
This is not a great combination. Okay, we need to start raising some of these people's charisma and intelligence. That's fine. I just don't want to miss them.
Send somebody else. This is too much.
Oh, come on.
Somebody's. You're gonna have to make do.
You sound like my first manager. I fired his ass.
Really didn't think this one through, did you, Robert?
Disrupted? Wait, what do you mean disrupted? Oh.
Cut, Coop, this would be a breeze.
Oh, good lord.
I'm saying this, but Sonar has a point.
No,
The wolves
you just
inside us?
Hang in
Oh
there
my
a
God.
little longer. I'll see what I can do.
And I'd be right quick about it if I was you.
I have a stinking suspicion it's Man Bomber. Why did I have to pick this? Not that one? Oh my god. Well, if it's the one that's least suspicious. Seriously? Destroy the bomb. Destroy the bomb is probably the easiest one for this one. Uh-oh. Whew! Okay.
My tail's wagging, I swear.
Congrats.
There's been talk about Coop's old crew being back in town.
Are you serious?
She might have gone back to them after you cut her.
Typical. Coop switching up on us.
Shut your hole.
Everyone
Okay,
just
hold on.
relax. I'm sure it's just a very unfortunate coincidence.
You're an unfortunate coincidence.
A wise investment.
That'll be fine.
Did I mention I went to Harvard?
Shut the fuck up, Moist. No, oh my god, it's mobility? Why is it mobility? Okay, we succeeded. Oh,
Okay,
Oh.
sure. We can call that a success.
thank God. Thank God. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Okay. Track down. Fuck. Neither of y'all are both idiots.
Hey, Ray here. We got another teardown for you. Mind coming down and doing some demo?
This can be done. Methinks. Okay, you need intelligence and combat. Okay.
You know, they just have like a superior vibe about them.
It's gonna have to be you, girl. It's gonna have to be you. Please don't let me down. Oh, her mobility is not great either. It'll have to do. Fuck it, we ball. Ow. Meat pocket. Oh my god, I just realized he only flies when he's in full bat form. Fuck, Flambe would have been a better choice. Okay, that's fine.
Half man, half bat, all freak.
Okay, we've heard that one before.
I think this is my last stop for the day.
Interesting.
That
We're not
is-
done for the day.
Someone's gotta go.
Of course, it's just gonna shoot out into the maximum range. Of fucking course. Okay, that's not bad. Ish? No. Ooh. Please, please. Ooh.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Watch me burn.
Oh, hey, training.
If anyone needs some more hands-on training, I'll be in the gym until the end of the shift.
Okay, we can leave that there for now.
He's a mind reader. She has X-ray vision. Together they are the ultimate invasion of privacy. Oh, sorry. We need help.
Okay. Good with people to defuse the situation.
Deal.
You know what? You're gonna go on this one alone, buddy.
I've always wanted X-ray vision.
Cleared everyone out already, but someone is telling us about a bomb. Okay, you know what? That's actually not bad.
Nothing beats the original, but this will have to do.
Every stat is good. Except probably the one we need. Okay, hold on. Mall looting youths?
Dozens of youths just started rushing us and looting the shops.
Do not use force. Okay. We'll send Malevola and Prism, I think, on this one. Okay, that's better. I'm pretty sure. Looks like about to tear the place apart. Lighten the mood. Fuck. Alright. Aisle 9 destroyed. Movie theater should we search first? Why, man? Standing alive. Okay. Standing alive theater somewhere in the air conditioning vents? activate. This is a dumb idea, but why not? How cold can an AC get? Nah, I didn't want to do the hacking on that one. Okay, I was hoping those were one of the social skills. Oh, hey. Hell yeah. All right, but we need to start raising your shit. We want you... Be smarter. Because I said so. Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay, I'm glad we're really lucking out on some of these. Let's raise your combat. Big man.
Robert, you were the last one to see my stapler.
Was I? I don't think that's true.
You're the prime suspect.
Why would I need to steal your stapler? I already have a stapler.
You know what?
So
That's kind of funny.
is now you have 2 staplers.
Oh. Uh-oh.
We tried to do it ourselves, but then I remembered my motto in life. Why do it when you can make someone else do it for you?
Why are we taking this job?
It's time for Phil's walk.
Dog walking?
What? No, Phil's my dog. Can you just, like, walk him around the park?
Do you ever feel like you had so
Why?
much potential and you're being wasted as a cog in a corporate machine? I don't.
Okay, then. A collar around my neck? No. Absolutely. Yes, it is. It is moist critical. I've already taken your staplers. They're all mine. I paid for the office supplies. On hover for certain calls before they happen? Ooh, double experience. Anyway, welcome to the A-team. Time to start sending Malevola and Invisigal every time. Okay. Assemble the furniture. Assemble the furniture. Oh, sorry, Malevola, you're gonna have to do it. You're the smartest person up for the job right now.
405, just past him. He's gone from shaking his fist at cars to sadly directing traffic.
Well, at least he's putting his newfound pain.
Wait, why is he directing traffic?
Use.
I had no idea Blazer was such a heartbreaker.
Is that surprising?
I'm just impressed. Didn't think she had better.
Maybe you shouldn't be so quick to judge people.
Gross.
More smarter.
You sound
More
just
smarter.
You calling me a heartbreaker?
in your dreams.
Oh, what's that sound? Anyway, meat pockets.
Robert, I found my stapler.
Where was it?
I left it in the locker at the gym.
I have a lot of follow-up questions, but
I have questions
I don't care
too.
about the answers.
Okay, I was hoping that thing wasn't gonna just shoot off into the maximum range again.
Hey, it's Jerry from Comic Pug. We got a gift of some Mega Man replicas, but with all the bomb threats going on, we just want to be sure.
What? All right, I guess we're doing this.
I love a symmetrical stage picture.
Actually,
Later.
Aren't you persistent?
this may be close to the last one we do. So if we send all three, they all get double experience.
Upside
Right?
down.
I hope that's how that works. I know it's extremely redundant to send 3 people to do this. Uh-oh. Oh, Jesus. Okay, we'll do Prime first. I can't hit what I can't see. Okay, we were right sending Invisigal for this one.
Too bad there's no Grammy for this.
Hell yeah, dude. Double level up. Let's go. More mobility. And then you're already 5 combats. Let's go with... Let's do mobility too. That's fine. That's fine.
Time to freak some fuckers out.
Why aren't you flying back? Oh, you only just changed it. That's fine.
Ugh, great. I'ma drink my spicy water.
Spicy water. That's fine. It's fine. Oh. Meat pocket. Oh god, it is all melon. I hate that.
Still working on that? Aren't these the best? I love the green ones, the green dew.
All yours. Take
The
whole thing.
honeydew melons.
Awesome, my lucky day. I know what's for lunch or dinner, probably. Now, sorry for interrupting your meeting with Invisa.
Oh, god damn it. You threw my noodles away? My initials were literally on the box and everything. Fuck!
I don't read things. Sometimes it's different, like a logo, but it's probably still good.
I don't
It's literally open.
Trash noodles. Wet fart boy.
Whoa, what are you doing?
Whatever. It was an accident. Just aim your dick up.
Oh,
and
good
watch it
lord.
Piss it off.
That's not... You... I'm gonna go rinse off.
How would you like to have to walk around work the rest of the day with shit all over you?
I don't know. I don't think about that. Because it won't happen. Because I'm not a fucking idiot food thrower awayer.
It was an accident. You don't have to be a bully about it.
Who did you just throw away too? You just threw somebody else's food away.
They're just being a soft bitch about it. Bully.
Protein shake.
How am I being a bully? If it's in my hair, I'm going to fucking kill you.
It's obviously in your hair, numbnuts. It's liquid.
Bad news for you.
Go ahead.
Hey, Robert, could you... Oh, you have stuff on your face. What happened here?
I don't want to be a snitch, but Flambe accidentally made a mess.
Really?
Yes.
Well, you should probably go get cleaned up. Then, you know, accident or not, wipe up this mess you made.
Yes.
He's got balls of steel. I mean, he literally was Mecha Man.
That was... Listen, Robert. Jesus.
He's quite literally the best hero in the
Anyway,
city.
you talked to Chase. Who's it gonna be?
But of course,
Mama Man
he doesn't
or
have
Water
superpowers. He has the suit.
And these two are my only options.
And also, Flambe does not know he's Mecha Man.
Obviously, we can
By the way,
revisit, but
the only person who
Water
knows
Boy
he's
is
Mecha Man, I'm
already
pretty
a
sure, is
trainee,
Invisigal.
and you already know
On the
Phenomena
team,
got
that
cut
is.
by DTLA. Thanks for getting him out of the parking lot, by the way. It might also help to get, you know, an act.
I genuinely don't know who to take. I'm not crazy attached to either of them. Ah, Jesus. Do we take Phenomenon? I mean, we could always use another flyer. Mechanical info? Nah, it's no big deal. And Jade just dancing. Oh, goodness. Autistic man with depression versus Pulley Boy trying his best. You know what? We'll do trying his best.
Actual good person on your team, which I'm positive both of them are.
Let's go with Waterboy. I think he deserves a shot, and he seems shockingly more stable than Phenomenon at the moment.
I hear ya. I might have him take care of this mess before he starts, but yeah, let's go with it. I'll let him know. He really looks up to you.
Does he look up to me?
I still think it's kind of dumb, though, that we kick somebody off the team only to just add another random
Said he
person.
won't tell anyone.
I guess that's good.
He
I'll
is
let him
depressed
know.
Starfire.
You'll
You
see
are
him on the
right.
roster for your next dispatch.
At least she's not making up words, though. Green dude again.
Hey, I leave. It's my clothes. They're waterproof-ish.
Yeah, that's gonna clog.
No. I do this.
It's waffle stone.
See?
Ah, didn't realize you had a plan.
Also, why is everybody
Miss
using the
Blaze,
showers here?
She talked to me. Thanks for picking me. I'm just really just to join you.
Jazzed. The word is jazzed, and we're jazzed to have you too, bud.
Wait. If she already told him he had to go, he got the spaghetti on, well, not the spaghetti, the noodles on him, and then he went to go clean. Which means she had to come into the bathroom to tell him. That's the only way that makes sense. Asshole before you understand he's depressed Starfire? Well, he doesn't sound like an asshole at all. He's just like confused all the time and trying his best. Oh, did he say she messaged him? I missed it. I thought she said that she told him in person.
I'm even reasonably optimistic that you deserve it. See you next shift.
You also apparently did not do a good enough job cleaning yourself up, buddy. Wait, did we just skip a whole day? I'm confused.
Hey, team. We appreciate you doing your best last shift under the circumstances, but we are here to help. More specifically, Waterboy is here to help.
Sup?
Excuse me?
Ain't no way.
He may be new to this, but Robert and I believe he will make a great addition to the team.
This is bullshit.
Good.
I mean, first meeting, is this lack of strength of size was an issue?
It's a joke, right?
I don't. Wait. Maybe. Is it?
I mean, he doesn't come off as like an asshole. He comes off as somebody who doesn't understand his
Waterboy is
predicament
joke.
and is trying to.
Cool.
It can be kind of ash-hole-ish, but you also have to understand that he doesn't understand the words that he's using.
We have reason to believe that Mr. Vanderstank's life will be in danger at a meeting today.
Uh-oh. All right, mobilize quickly. Who's our fastest bitch? Of course you are.
Sure, fine.
You.
Call me a BOGO bitch.
You know what? Hell yeah.
Damn, dude. How'd
Training.
you get an ass like that?
Hella squats, girl.
Ugh, I was afraid you'd say that.
Oh, we can't send Waterboy for training already. We'll send... You know what? Fuck it. Oh, we are going to send Flambe.
Hey, so we're a little down on new subscribers this month. Think you can spare a hero to do some recruiting?
Can we bribe them?
Nope, budget cuts.
Well, then how the fuck are we supposed to do this?
You could try charming them with your winning personality.
Absolutely. Go get him, Punch Up.
Frankly, I'm surprised anyone subscribes to this shite.
Ooh, okay. What do we got? Succeeding twice will set Flambe's combat mobility to max. Stats drop to 1. Oh, no. That's actually not bad, though, as long as we can guarantee his successes. Reduces call... Wait, also reduces call completion and travel time. Ooh. You know what? We'll take this one. Fine. That'll work out. Probably.
To show the sweeter side of your
I'm on it. No stopping me this time.
Assigns himself when not sent often. He gains +1 to the highest stat for that call. He can only be removed 1 time. Send a charming and good-looking here. Fuck. We're gonna have to use that
It's on my
removal.
radar.
Physicality is valued and it and have anybody to send. This has been perfect for Punch Up. You know what? Actually, fuck you. Come here, Flambe.
Refreshing.
This is terrible. Fuck, I should... Y'all are all terrible. Every single one of you. We don't have anybody that is high vigor and high charisma. Fuck it. You're going, buddy.
I date civvies all the time. There's a lot of people into freaky bat shit.
Oh my god.
If you were a civvy, what would your job be?
He is. He is very... You were correct.
That'd be pretty chill.
I fuck with a pet store.
Yeah,
Nice.
You hate bats.
I hate pets with bad attitudes.
What pets have good attitudes?
Snakes. They're just chilling.
The snake is just chilling, baby. Don't you know?
It's chill.
Oh.
I don't mind being a janitor,
Thanks,
but
Punch
I
Up.
always wanted to be a hero.
Oh, he's got jokes.
Don't quit your day job, kid.
This is my job. Day job.
Oh, I feel so bad for him, dude.
It happens. The important thing is you suck. And you know this now.
Charm. Ooh. In a relay race? Oh, his shit is not good. Read a book? We're gonna make it performative. Because his intelligence was the best stats. That's what I wanted to go with.
I'll say it. I really feel like I don't get enough credit around here.
All right, we need to raise some of your other stats, buddy. We need to start raising vigor. we need some people to have some higher vigor than just Golem.
Everybody should step back. I'll do it. Yep.
You're on it, bud.
Whatever.
Look convincing, but pull your punches. Fake fight the mascot during halftime. Ooh. I wanted to send her with him for the double experience, but I don't know.
Be honest. You like telling me what to do.
I don't think the looking convincing is going to be enough. We'll send these two. I think that works better.
Huddle. Guys, watch.
Oh yeah, somebody was telling me that.
I am going to fuck you up, you little
How did you get hurt?
Sorry. Apologize. It's my fault. Mistake. And I get wet.
I don't think I want to do that.
Nervous.
Ooh! Why are you so fast? Hold on. Okay. That's fine. Pass. Left, left, up. Okay. Word. Okay, left, left, up, right, right, down. Left, left, up, right, right, down. Oh, I did that backwards. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. We did good. Toxic yaoi dynamic with Robert would go crazy? No!
They're after Coop.
I hate that.
They can try. Fuck those arseholes.
Can you give her a heads up or something?
Way ahead of you, Bob.
Okay, I see. So we're gonna need you.
Okay.
You. You know what? Yeah.
Interesting.
This is gonna be our MVP team.
Okay. Another puddle.
Water, bitch, almost took me out back there. Is there a return policy on this motherfucker?
Yeah, maybe we get someone who doesn't suck instead.
Okay, at least he leveled up.
Sorry for the puddles. It's involuntary.
Ease up. It's his first day.
Can it be his last day, too?
Well, if he's so awful, show him the ropes.
Because some things you just can't teach.
Okay,
You haven't even tried, my dude.
You calling us quitters?
Prove me
Yes,
wrong.
yes, I am. We're gonna kaiju on the beach. Anyway, meat pocket.
New me.
You know what? This actually works. Wait. Actually, yeah, this works.
Alright, hold up. Am I a kaiju?
Hello, dispatcher. Would you like to play a little game, perhaps?
Hello?
A brain teaser?
Ugh, I hate this asshole. Careful, he's tricky.
His name's Brain Teaser. How tricky
What?
can he be?
Don't say I didn't warn you.
I'm gonna be insufferable about this.
Okay, let's raise that charisma, girl. Vigor. We're also probably gonna raise his combat next. Methinks. You're getting combat.
Oh, dang. That's a baby right there.
I'm glad we sent Golem on that one.
I know what I gotta do. I'm a dad now.
I'm sorry, just the casual. I'm a dad now. Come with real responsibilities over here. Let's see. Yeah, we're definitely gonna raise your vigor a little bit, buddy. And then you... let's raise that intelligence a little bit. I don't want anybody to have, like, ones and things. Okay, hold on.
Not start a war here with an elite assassin organization. Try asking them to leave nicely.
Okay.
This is not a good combination. Fuck. Okay, hold on. What do we need for this one?
There's a retired SDN hero at Kryptonite causing problems. Can you get him out of there?
Oh shit, Astroman. I remember him when I was a kid.
Poor guy.
Astroman?
Really?
Before I joined the Z-Team, I didn't have a pot to piss in.
These are all terrible. These may be fine.
Leader,
Yeah,
I
whatever.
just took off my shoes. One sec.
Okay, fuck it. Go get him, champ.
I've got
Good
the
luck.
bandwidth.
Okay. Humor, fines. We'll do
Or
fines.
I could also just track you down.
Fanging it.
We're gonna send these two. Yeah, I think this will be fine.
Great, good shift.
He definitely failed the shit out of this one. For sure. Jesus.
Did you hit your head slipping on one of your own fucking puddles?
Oh, hell yeah.
Excuse me.
Wait, why were you so serious with that one? That sounded weird. Hi, random fan. Thank you. Here, I can also break out the jacket. There we go. All right, how'd we do? Ooh. Okay, 79's not bad.
And I'ma stay winning too.
Hell yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna raise that vigor. Low injury risk. Ooh, sweaty. Okay, that was good.
Cool. Can I go home now?
What the fuck is your head shape, dude? I guess, is he gonna talk to us? No?
Look at you, climbing the corporate ladder.
Hell yeah, we did good. Wait, I thought we did have failures. Goodness. I thought we did have failures. Riddler ass name, very much Riddler ass name. All right, who can I give this to? Mobility? Ooh. It's Malevola. We're spoiling Malevola in this game, chat. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. Without missing or failing a call, hell yeah.
Not only did you cut one of their dumb shit criminal buddies, you're also forcing them to work with
An actual good person that wants to be a hero.
I was gonna go with Wet Baby Bitch Boy, but yeah, we can go with yours.
Yeah, let's go with mine.
Bray Nulo? Oh, God.
Hey, kid. Love you.
Love you too, Ark.
Don't fuck this up.
How am I gonna fuck this up? We've been doing great. Oh, what is the... Oh, it's his ball, of course. A photo? Golem reminds me of Clayface? Well, I'm pretty sure that's the strong comparison. I think that's the expected comparison. Although... he also doesn't turn into things. So he's more like... Killer Croc, maybe? Beef. That is one chunky dog, Jesus.
Hey, Mom. Hey, honey.
Why are y'all in the workplace? Yeah, Swamp Thing. Swamp Thing's a good comparison. Although Swamp Thing has tons of mystical powers. Golem, as far as we know, is just strong and made out of mud. Oh, Beef. I don't think dogs have a Jesus. Dogs can't sin? Correct. Dogs cannot sin. Is it Invisigal? Are we gonna find out she's just chilling in here? Oh no, it's Waterboy. How's the melon, buddy? Or are you in a bucket? You did fantastic today, dude. Listen, Prism got hurt, but
They make fun of my issue, my stutter.
there's nothing wrong with having a stutter.
Hold the beef. It'll help.
Hold the beef.
I don't think it's a stutter.
What? Can you not? It's happening right currently. This very right now. You can't?
You second guess everything. That's what it is.
I'm worried.
Well, you're second guessing everything. You do it all the time. I don't think you have a stutter. I think you have a confidence issue. You're worried you're gonna say the wrong thing so you won't finish a sentence.
Oh.
I'm blowing your mind. What are you afraid of with the C-Team? I mean, seriously, what's the worst that could happen?
I don't know, they call me useless. They call me, I don't know, they think I suck.
See? They say that all the time. You worrying about it didn't stop a thing. So fuck up.
I mean, they think we suck. They think Robert sucks.
From
So I
now
mean,
on, stop caring what anyone else thinks. Smells very chemically in here.
give him his first shot. Oh, achievement. Oh, I like Waterboy. Uh-oh. What's going on? Wait, does she have a body cam on right now?
What you watching? Technically, you're still on the clock. Didn't peg you as a rom-com fan.
If I'm on the clock, you shouldn't be pegging me with anything, Robert. That's extremely inappropriate.
That's another HR violation to the list. What are we up to? 3, 4?
Noted. Well, tell me how it is. I wanted to see that one.
At least 20 minutes of trailers. I always forget what I'm watching by the time the movie starts.
Same.
I'm not gonna lie though, I do kind of like having 30 minutes of trailers before a movie.
That night, feel bad asking people to pay when I'm just gonna sneak in.
This is episode 4 random.
Floating buckets of popcorn do tend to draw a lot of attention.
Ah, but I miss it. I miss popcorn.
Listen, movie theater popcorn is fucking great. What do we got? Oh, it's Blazer. Oh my god, is this our first point where they're like... And we only get the two options. We're going to Blazer. We're going with Blazer. The rest of the game? I don't want to romance anyone. No, because it'll auto-choose. We missed one check before, and it auto-chooses for you.
Too much coffee?
Wait,
Sure. What's up?
this isn't what I look like.
Why are we doing this now?
I don't totally know what you mean, but okay.
The powers make
Can't
me,
romance both at the same time?
I'm
Nah,
just gonna
these
show
are
you.
like Invisigal is too much of the jealous type.
I have absolutely no idea.
She
what's
definitely feels
about
like the
to
kind of
happen,
girl
so
that's
this
gonna like
is very
raise hell if you decide that you're gonna try to date 2 girls at the
Temper
same
your
time.
expectations.
Blazer, I think, is very moderate and would be like generally okay with it. Maybe not. I don't know. We don't know her full personality now. She's been almost too perfect. I feel like the transformation sequence is a little extra with the necklace floating over her. Also, Fiona-ass transformation. Oh, so I still have meat pocket fights here. Ow. Oh, she's for sure a bisexual disaster.
I'm sorry.
You're disappointed.
You're a brunette. I'm sorry, I can't do this.
I can't tell if are you joking or am I joking?
It's a big difference.
You're what? What? 2 inches shorter?
And a brunette. Come on, it's... Okay, maybe if I wasn't called Blonde Blazer, I wouldn't be so self-conscious about it. People have expectations, and they never meet me first. It's always the superhero.
Why do you care what I think?
It's hard to live up to.
Why do you care what I think?
I don't know. It's probably healthier if I don't.
Well, it's nice that you do.
Hey, I'm Mandy.
Robert. It's really nice to meet you, Mandy.
Likewise. Would you like to have dinner with me, Robert?
I would love that.
I'm guessing this is after the gala, if I remember right. And we're just in the courtyard.
Whoa.
Hey, yo, spaghetti.
You fancy.
Well,
oh, it's microwave
Michelin
spaghetti.
Stars when you're on a date with me.
Oh, so this is a date.
If you think it is, it is.
Oh.
Did you know that the Michelin star ratings were created by the tire company? They gave high ratings to restaurants.
Well, yeah, it's literally the Michelin Tire Company. It's fucking made up, dude.
I'm both in shock and really unsure what to do with this information.
I felt the same.
It's tourist traps. Don't go to Michelin stars, kids.
Waterboy, you don't have to do that anymore.
He's allowed to go home, right?
Yes, I'm not running a sweatshop. Hey, Waterboy, go home.
He can't hear. He can't hear us.
Does he think that
Have a good night, Random. Thank you for hanging out.
That would make him keep going. You sure you don't miss the blonde?
Listen, the little dude has strong work ethic.
So this is...
What you eating, Gannon?
Oh,
What you eating?
Yeah, I actually came here tonight to ask you to dye your hair.
Oh, wow. What a coincidence.
No, it's crazy.
I love this game, dude. Should we play more tomorrow? Tomorrow was just gonna be a chatting day. I kind of want to play it again tomorrow. I think we are. I think we're gonna play it again tomorrow. All right, show me my shit. 54%. Okay, I was expecting more of a 50-50 split. 41 had dinner with Blonde Blazer. Really? Y'all really just hate mean girls. 38% of players threw protein shake. 38%? Most people threw the spaghetti? Really? 79% Warren Blonde Blazer. That's good. 41% of players adopted the baby kaiju. Damn, did everybody think? So many people thought to send Golem. That's kind of crazy. 20% of players saved all free business from the brain teaser. Okay, I'm guessing we saved the business by just capturing him as soon as it started. But wait, no, it says 57% refused to play brain teasers games. Huh. Didn't want to get pegged? Oh. Better than 90%? Damn. Get fucked, kids. Get fucked. Most successful hero was Prism? Hell yeah. This is the perfect hero for the call 2 times. Barely succeeded in the call 4 times. Yeah, that sounds about right. We gambit on those successes. Is the performed better stat finally fixed or still backwards? I have no idea what that means. Performed better. Oh, on the thing where it said like 90% stuff. I honestly don't know. Were they broken before? All right. Less than a minute ago. That's totally fine. But that is going to be it for today, chat. I also just sounded like somebody came home early. I heard some rummaging in the kitchen. So we're going to swing back over. And then we're going to figure out who we're going to raid. So give me just a second. Put you away. Better get the music before we have too much awkward silence. Put that away. And we can go find Supermarket Sim. No idea who that is. Oh, who's doing what? Is this seat taken? I don't know what that game is. I think we're just going to raid Anna. We're going to raid Anna. Because she's doing a charity stream. Her give miss. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow doing CDT. If you aren't already in the Discord, do feel free to join. Maybe we will do a movie night tomorrow night. Wonder what we could watch tomorrow night. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Bye forever. I'll see you tomorrow, you fucking dorks. Until then, though, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for making today an awesome stream. I really enjoyed this game. We are almost certainly going to be playing it again tomorrow. And I will see you then. Good night. Stay out of trouble. And Malevolent is the best hero. Fuck you.